Here,
people
I
in.
just need a minute so I can project my video.
Okay.
Okay, so we know you're here. So Eric Goldberg is present. Calling the roll for the meeting. Ed, did you want to call the meeting to order first? I guess we'd have to.
The meeting is called to order. Vincent, call the roll, please.
Sure. So Eric Goldberg, we already know is here. Robin Broshi.
Here.
Emily Hellstrom.
Here.
Vincent Hom is here. Edward Irizarry.
Here.
Maud Marin.
Here.
Benjamin Morden.
Here.
Ushma Neal.
Here.
Leonard Silverman. I know he's here. He's muted.
Here. Sorry.
Okay. Shino Tanakawa.
Here.
Okay, and Tom Rockledge. So we have 11 members present today.
Very good. We have a quorum. Thank you very much, Vincent. Welcome, everyone, to Community Education Council District 2. Tonight, we have a very full agenda, one that promises to be full of interesting debate and discussion. I anticipate respectful debate and discussion on a number of very interesting resolutions. I'd like to welcome Ms. Larissa Mack, the district manager from Community Board 5, who is present, and Mr. Luke Wolf, chief of staff to the Scott Stringer's office. Thank you very much. And now we have SCA, the School Construction Authority here, that will be proceeding with a capital planning presentation. Mr. Mirasola.
Good evening. I'm accompanied tonight by Stephen Tuzzulo, who will be doing the actual presentation, and I'll be assisting. I hope not. Steve, well, you're in pretty good hands here. Steve has a great idea of basically every school and every project that's going on in the district. These have been crazy times, and we are back on our feet, and we're working again. It took a long time. It took a while. We were on hold for an excruciating amount of time. So we're happy to be working again, and we'll see what happens in the next year. But so far, so good for the SCA. Our budget, they tell us at this time, is intact. So at that, I'm going to leave it with Steve and be ready for your questions. And Kelly, again, an official hello and welcome. Kelly and I go back to walking the roof of PS3 many years ago.
Was that 1859, Mike, or the after one?
Yeah, that was the same year Lafayette came and inspected the school.
There you go. All right. Good evening, everybody. All 102 participants that are on this call. My name is Stephen Tuzzulo. I work the SCA. I know many of you. I've been to your CECs in years past. Again, thank you for inviting us, and thank you for putting us on email conversations and have conversations regarding your schools and the issues that surround them for the ones that you cover. Without further ado, let's move down to the next page. Oops, sorry, a little too quick. All right, there we go. A little stuck button there. The School Construction Authority's mission is to design and construct safe, attractive, and environmentally sound public schools for children throughout the many communities of New York City. We are dedicated to building and modernizing schools in a responsible, cost-effective manner while achieving the highest standards of excellence in safety, quality, and integrity. At tonight's meeting, we will present the general overview of the capital plan as stated before, the proposed November 2020 amendment, and of course, your input, comments, concerns, and questions. Capital plan and projects. This year, we're happy to say that the new 5-year plan has an increase of $3.11 billion at $19.01 billion over the last plan that we had, which was at $15.9 billion. Broken up, as you can see in the presentation, $8.93 billion is going to capacity, $6.44 billion is going to capital investment, 3.64 billion will go to mandated programs. Some of the citywide highlights: nearly 7.8 billion will go for over 57,000 new seats to reduce overcrowding. 750 million will go to make 50% of elementary school buildings partially or fully accessible, and a third of all buildings fully accessible. 284 million will go for electrical work to support air conditioning in all classrooms by 2021. 589 million in support of the 3K and pre-K for all initiatives. 751 million for technology enhancements, and 84 million included to improve ventilation. Capacity projects at 8.93 billion. New capacity, as stated before, 57,000 seats at 7.8 billion. 3K and pre-K education, 589 million. Replacement program, we've allocated $217 million in the plan. Class size reduction, 150 million. And capacity to remove the TCUs at $180 million. New schools. Well, District 2 seat need. Proposed number of seats, 2,978. We have 3 projects that are currently ongoing, in process design, and 1 actually being built as we move forward. As you can see, the 2 buildings that we have in projects that we have not cited yet, out of a total of 5 projects for your district. Project 1 in the Chelsea Midtown West Side area. Project 2 Upper East Side, and as you can see, 476 seats for the first one, 824 for a total of 1,300 seats, but we don't have locations for those 2 as of yet. The other 3, PS at Trinity Place, that building will be known as PS 464. It's going to have 400 seats for the Tribeca Village sited area. The address 28-42 Trinity Place. Our anticipated occupancy date is coming up fast, September of 2022. The next school will be over in Hudson Square. That'll be a 462 seat school building. Again, the Tribeca Village area, that's where it's sited. 2 Hudson Square will be the location. Our anticipation of opening for that school, September of 26. And then in the Western Rail Yards, 766 seats over at West 30th Street and 11th Avenue. That also will coincide with a September 2026 opening date. So that's pretty exciting news for the district. A lot of buildings going up. Here are some of the photos. This is PS 464, the renderings for 28-42 Trinity Place. As you can see, we'll take a couple of seconds to look at that. That's downtown in the financial area. I'm sure you know where that is. This is the rail yards on 11th Avenue, West 30th and 11th Avenue. The overhead shot for that. And the ever faithful Google map, when you go to Google to search, we have it at Hudson Square, 2 Hudson Square. Total seats 462, but we do have a capacity opening date. That was cited. No, I'm sorry, that wasn't cited. That's to be one of the 2 that's not ready yet. SCA FY20 capital investment projects. Capital investment projects, the SCA handles major capital improvements in existing buildings, designs, and builds new schools. The DOE's Division for School Facilities, DSF, is responsible for day-to-day maintenance and repair of the school buildings. This includes custodial engineers in each school, plant managers, facility directors, and DSF central staff. Our agencies are separate, but we do work very closely together to maintain New York City schools. How does something become a capital project in the SCA's 5-year capital plan? A very common question asked not only at your CEC, but at all CECs that we attend. And there are several routes included. Most notably, every year you have what's called the Building Condition Assessment Survey. We assess every school in the city in a yearly Building Condition Assessment Survey for double play on words. ECAS reports for every school building are available on the DOE's website on each school's individual page. I believe you would find that under facilities, that report. Secondly, problem reported to the DOE Division for School Facilities and Emergency Issues. projects can get started or become active. We have funding from elected officials. And then, of course, there are citywide initiatives such as the air conditioning for all project that we're currently doing at the request of the mayor's office. Capital investment for FY 2020 through 2024 5-year capital plan. As you can see on this chart, these are the investment mandated projects that we'll have going up to now for $108,340,000. As you can see, we have several program categories that cover a lot of the questions that people ask for repairs and improvements in the school buildings. Capital improvement building program. So here are some pictures of PS11. This is a building that we've been at for 1.5 years now, doing exterior reconstruction. The photo on the left, on the right, is actually the steel cage that's up on the roof in the play yard that totally had to be reconditioned. We're in the process of doing that. And when I mean reconditioned, literally rubbing the steel down and taking all the rust off of it. That is a big job. PS 111 over in on West 53rd Street. We're doing a exterior masonry project there and a roof replacement project that envelops the whole school, and the school will look great once we get everything back in place. PS1, a school on a very busy section of Manhattan, then downtown Manhattan. We're doing exterior modifications and we're replacing the plaza in the back. We're reconstructing the plaza along with taking out the ramp that has been there for so many years. That ramp is being removed. PS 183, we have a boiler conversion project going on in the building. This comes on the heels of finishing the science hydroponics lab for PS 183. And concurrently, we have an AC supplement cooling plan project being done in the building. Funding from elected officials. Many important capital projects in schools are funded by members of the city council, the borough's president office, or the state elected officials. We welcome their contributions, always needed. Reso-A projects. FY20 Reso-A projects. We have 98 Reso-A projects funded for $12,500,000 over. Reso-A allocated projects from 2015 to the current period now, 2021, 583 Reso-A projects funded for $76 million. Some of the highlights are, again, categories in which we get a lot of requests: auditoriums, electrical, playgrounds, library upgrades, science labs, and of course, technology. Reso-A projects, as discussed earlier, these are projects that are funded by your elected officials, our friends, your friends, borough president, city council members, state elected officials. This is the rooftop. We're at 90% completion right now over at Roosevelt High School on Roosevelt Island at PS 217 with this rooftop garden conversion that we're doing with an elevator door being installed to allow for transportation to the roof via elevator. PS 183, the hydroponics lab that we had just completed. Fantastic job in there, it looks great. This is PS 158, the reconstruction of the play yard in its entirety, literally from one end to the other. This looks fantastic and a job that enhances everybody for the school that goes in to use it. The green roof over at IS 323 over on Morton Street. AC initiative, again, what I discussed earlier, the supplemental cooling. We're putting 9 units in the basement of 183 to promote a cool atmosphere in the summer for the children. And PS 33, we're currently underdoing 2 total room conversions on the first and second floor for Principal Wang and for the school. We're just finishing the first floor. We're going to be starting on the second floor next month. This is, of course, our building comment form. You're familiar with this. This is where you'll put your request. If you have requests for projects, please fill that form out and submit it to us. I know it says January 15th, but Michael, we're still taking applications, sir?
We will continue to look at them through the end of March. They'll make it into the next plan.
All right. And then, of course, thank you. And this is a list of the people that you would contact. Myself as the External Affairs Manager, our Chief Project Officer, Asada Dulipita Rama, who's the CPO for Manhattan, our Reservoir Senior Management Specialist, Brian McGinn. I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with him. Also, we are part of the New York City Open Data Program. We put our information in there. And of course, we're on all these other ways to get a hold of us: web, Gram, Twitter. And that concludes the presentation. And I want to thank everybody for allowing me to present it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tazzullo. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any questions from the members on the council of these fine gentlemen from SCA?
I do have a question, actually.
Please.
Thanks so much. I just, hi, Mike, and thanks so much for a great presentation, Steve. And I just wanted to always inquire about the Bleecker School site, which, as we know, has been earmarked in the SCA budget, but not fully funded. And just I didn't sort of see it in your presentation. I know that there is those other 5 schools, but the deadline, of course, to fully fund it is this December 31st. So just wanted to hear about that.
Yes, that's still, am I up? Can you hear me?
Yeah, Mike, you got it.
That's still on, we're still where we were. And so I believe the Department of Education has stated that they will exercise the option pending funding, as you know. So at this point, we do not have the funding in place for it. So that is something we have to go to work on this year. We have to the end of the calendar year. So we're hoping that they will find it. And, you know, it's something that you might want to work on because the budgets are
they're different than they were a year ago, aren't they?
Yeah, well, we were in bed. We're in fine shape so far, but what happens in the future, who knows?
Sure. And Mike, so that would be I know that the NYU option is only open till December 31st, but does that coincide with your, like, if it's funded by December 31st, does that mean that you are good with that? Or do you have?
We're fine with it. If the city can assist us in funding that by the 31st, then we can start the ball rolling, and NYU will be on schedule.
Great. Okay.
Ed, I have a question.
You know, I'd like to recognize the esteemed Assembly Member Harvey Epstein, who helps us acquire the funding for many of his projects, and I'd like to recognize him. And please, Mr. Epstein, would you please say a few words if you have the capacity to do so?
We have.
Yeah, hi. I can't. I don't know if I can get Robin. I can't get my.
Yeah, let me get you video. I think I can. I don't think I can allow you to turn your video on.
That's right.
So.
You can see my hotel room in Albany. Then that's fine. Better for me.
Fine, we can hear you.
Great. So good evening, everyone. I just want to do a quick report for updating from Albany. As people know, we're in the middle of the state budget conversation. We've gone through the education budget. People have heard of this thing called foundation aid. There's been no new money allocated by the governor in foundation aid. There's no new state money at all. People remember there was $1 billion of state cuts last year in our education budget, made up with federal dollars. Again, the governor's trying to fill holes this year with federal dollars. It looks like I met with Senator Schumer over the weekend, and he's looking like early March. This will be day, and it'll be early March until we find out what that additional federal dollars might look like. But it will be billions of dollars for New York State, and part of it will go to New York City. So I know Marisol will be happy the money's going directly to the city instead of to the state. And so the biggest issue we have to deal with is the cuts that the governor has proposed in other areas. I mean, we do have this $1 billion hole, which likely made up with federal dollars. There's be no new foundation aid money, which is owed to the children of the city of New York and around the state. And there's additional other cuts are going to deeply impact our communities. So I just wanted to let people know we'll be coming out with our one house budget in early March. I would encourage you to talk to your state elected representatives around those issues to ensure that there's resources available. If we do not go forward with additional revenue, we're all going to feel the cuts with cuts in mental health services, cuts in HIV services, cuts in home health care services. Medicaid cuts are going to be severe. So I know we don't want that, but that's kind of what the road we're going down, which is what the road the governor is pushing us down. Some positive news, we did some good election reforms this week. So people who are running for county committee, we will hopefully put that off for a year so you won't have to run to stop people from going out and petitioning over the next year. We reduced the ballot of people who are running by 70%, so we'll only have limited petitioning on the street, which is really good news. We passed a bill called Walking While Trans. I was a co-sponsor. Senator Hoylman sponsored it in the Senate, which will then, really mostly disproportionately impact trans women of color who are getting arrested for really just for being themselves and walking around New York City. And we're looking at to do a whole host of other reforms later in this session around criminal justice issues. I spent yesterday morning in the Greenhaven Correctional Facility, where it houses over 1,600 inmates. But we're trying to push education programs. Only 30 inmates have access to education programs out of the 1,600 that are there. And if you know about recidivism rates for people who are incarcerated, it's less than 2% if they graduate from college and prison, even though they, there's only access to 30 people have access out of 1,600 at Greenhaven. So, the work we have to do is severe and the work we have to do is real, but it's really important that we continue to stay focused. If there are questions, you can reach out to my office. I'm really available. I care about education issues, something that I focus a lot on, education and higher ed. And then if there are questions, you can follow my office. I'm sure you have a really busy agenda, but I really want to thank you for letting me take the time to talk to you about what's going up in Albany.
Thank you very much, Assemblymember Epstein. Thank you very much. I would like to recognize Mr. Luke Wolf from Scott Stringer's office.
Wait, hold on, Ed. I'm
Yes.
sorry. I'm just going to dive in because I do think that Shino had some questions
Oh,
from Mike and Stephen just before, and then we can wrap up with them and let them
Yes.
go. If that's okay, Luke, I'm sorry.
Of course. Shino?
Great. I'll try to make it very quick. 2 questions. One is the unsighted project number 1. Are those replacement seats for St. Michael's?
At this point in time, that's undecided. So they would not be replacement seats. They could be. That's really first we have to find a site, what I mean is then we would have to speak to our friends over in planning to decide what it is who they would like to put there. So I've heard that talk repeatedly, so that's a good possibility, but that's undecided at this time.
Right. I'm not saying that the city knows going to go in there, but those are the seats that we lost when St. Michael's lease was not renewed. That's what I meant to ask.
Yeah, I would assume you could interpret it that way. It's just in our way of looking at it, it's seat need in that area, in that sub-district. Right. So yeah. Okay.
The second question, I have a list of schools that are in a leased building. There are 3 in District 2 that are going to have their leases expire in 2022. One of them is actually Ballet Tech, and the other 2 are high schools. Are we still having to wait until 1 year before the lease expiration to start negotiating, or is there anything we can do to actually ensure that these schools can have their location and the lease renewed?
There's nothing that forces us to wait to a year, and we don't. The problem is New York City real estate, and you're in the belly of the beast, being in Midtown Manhattan. And especially now, because the real estate market is so uncertain. If I own a piece of real estate and you're my tenant and you come to me 4 years ahead of time, I'm probably going to say, don't call me, I'll call you. And that's been our experience. Now, I think I know one of those schools that you're discussing, the high school, is one of them is environmental sciences. And we've gotten a lot of calls about environmental, and we are actually in negotiations, and yet we have 3 years to go. So Michael Kona, our real estate guy, is in contact with those folks, and we're hoping to get something nailed down soon. So there's no rule about a year. It just seems to be the way the landlords want to operate. They don't really want to discuss it. We would love to get it done. The earlier, the faster, the better for us. Most of the time. But because if we have a very good lease, sometimes you don't want to cancel a lease out, but you can always take that into consideration when you're doing your negotiations. If you've got a very low lease rate now, a rent now, and you can negotiate it out 10, 20 years, that can all be part of the discussion and the equation, and you usually can work something out. So Mike is working on that one, and I'll ask him about the other ballet tech. And what's the other one, do you know?
So it's ballet tech, and then High School for Leadership and Public Service, which is expire in January 2022. So it's, less than a year away. And economics and finance, also January 2022.
I think
ballet tech is actually
building.
August.
And then I believe that's at least it was many years ago, an NYU building. I think they own those buildings.
Yeah, it's possible. So hopefully with this economic downturn, they're going to lock into it, another 30 years.
Yeah, all right. I'll bring it to his attention. I'm sure he knows about it. And so we'll
Thank you.
Crack the whip.
Thanks.
Just to add to that, if you could send us over a list of the lease spaces within District 2, that would be fantastic. So I think that's sometimes a list that's hard for us to maintain.
I will definitely share.
I will ask.
Not just with the SCA. Yes.
And that's let Mike Kona do his job as best he can. And I'm trying to say this as nicely as possible, but sometimes if people get involved, the rates go up. The cost goes up because the landlord says, look at all this public pressure that's being brought on the SEA. Let me make their life a little more expensive. And we've had that happen to us. So keep in touch. We'll let you know what's going on, but try and not get in touch with them personally, because that could really make our life a little harder.
Trust me, I don't ever do that.
I know you, but it's happened. You and I, you don't have to tell me.
Michael and Stephen, I have a question for you. Given the loss of students in a number of schools in District 2 and in the city in general, 43,000, how has that impacted projects going forward? Because we've had a sizable loss of students, and
at this time it has not. We're waiting. We're doing a wait and see. We want to see how this shakes out. I think it's just too early to tell who's coming back and what the changes will be. So at this moment, you can see from this rendition of our plan, there has been no change. So,
well, actually, you've increased your budget.
We'll see. We'll crunch the numbers and we'll see what happens.
And at what point will that? At what point will you start looking at?
We look
demographics
at it all the time. So we're constantly evaluating and reevaluating and having our demographic folks and keeping an eye on building starts and enrollment and all of that. It's a constant. It never stops. So each time we sit down with district planning and all of those folks, we have those conversations. So it's ongoing. This document is alive, and it never really, so we don't take quick dips in the market too seriously.
Are there any other council members who wanted to ask a question?
I have a short one, and it's just to ask for an update on lead remediation in the schools and whether or not there has been any movement towards actual testing in cafeterias, hallways, gymnasiums, auditoriums, and for classrooms that host children above the age of 6, 7, 8 years old.
That's all ongoing. And it's we were even able to get that up and running much earlier than most of our work. So that is the testing and the remediation work was going even when a good chunk of our work was on hold. So it's in pretty good shape right now. So if there's a specific school you want to know about, let me know and we'll find out for you.
Well,
I think the DOE is keeping tabs on that themselves, but we're helping them do a lot of that work.
My more specific question was just asking whether or not you're doing any lead paint remediation in middle schools or high schools.
I'm going to get back to you and find out where we are exactly. Okay, so MS and HS.
You guys talked about one of the projects at PS1, and I was just interested in removing the ramp and fixing up the courtyard. You've already done a major project there. So is that project going to be out of service while you're doing?
No, what we're doing is that ramp doesn't belong to the school. It's actually on New York City Parks property.
Okay.
When we went to go do the project for the school, one of the things we do many months in advance is we go out, we check the survey sheets, we look at the reports, we look at and since it's a park, we call parks, we check with them, we ask them to check their maps, and they do, and it came back surprisingly, it came back that it was discovered that the ramp and the school, that the ramp behind that plaza is actually on New York City Department of Parks property proper, and that the school line is actually further in towards the plaza. So we have made adjustments to our design, and the engineers and the architects redesigned the project in collaboration with Parks to work out how we're going to, where we're going to put the new boundary line, where we're going to set that into place, demolish that ramp, take it out, build a new retaining wall, a new support structure, and rebuild the plaza behind the building. The exterior work is the major work that we'll be doing. The last major work that was in the building was actually the RPZ valve job that we had done when we put in the backflow preventers for the building, and we did an Ansel system for the kitchen. That was about 3 years ago for that job. And since then, nothing really major in the building other than now we're coming to do this work, which will probably take about, well, unfortunately, we're getting stopped with the COVID left and right. We're not allowed to work when there's a COVID condition in the building. So we're slated for 2 years, maybe a little longer to get the project going, but we are starting to mobilize. If you've been by the building, you'll see that we have a shed up, and we're starting to put the scaffolding up to envelop the building to start the work. Anything else about PS1 that I could answer with? Okay, thank you.
So I just, I wanted to jump in because normally we would open the floor to questions from the public, but since we don't really have a system set up for that, and given the sort of not such great start with Zoom bombing, we're going to just keep it at CEC D2 members. And but if you have questions, we would encourage you to email CEC2, the number 2, at schools.nyc.gov, and we will certainly get those questions to Mike and Stephen.
Not a problem. More than happy to respond. Okay, is that it? Is there any other questions, comments, or concerns from the CEC board?
If you have questions on that lead, I'm going to reach out to our capital planning folks, because we're doing it we're assisting DSF, and not sure who's doing which and what. So we have to find out if there's a specific school you want to know. I'll give you the generals, and then if there's specific schools you're interested in, let me know. I think DSF is running the show there, though.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, but I think I speak for the parents of our community that we want all of our middle schools and high schools to be lead paint free.
Okay, I understand.
For
seeing everybody again.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
The public speaking session, you can either follow the links off of cecd2.net, or for those of you who have signed up, I have all of your names. There are 2 Ushma Neals listed in the participant list here. One of them has the speaker list. If you go to the upper right corner of that square, there's 3 dots. And if you click on pin, you will always be able to see the list of speakers who are upcoming. You don't have to make it the entire view. You can go back and change the view back to gallery view so that you can see the mosaic of everyone. But between myself and Len Silverman, we will be moderating the public speaking session. But Edward, if you would like to take over and start.
All right, so we're good with the SCA. No more further questions. Again, thank you, everybody. Have a pleasant evening, and continue to please stay safe.
Take care, everybody. Good seeing you.
Thank you, Mike and Steve.
Bye,
Good to see
thank
you.
You're welcome. Take care, everybody.
Yes, I'd like to recognize Mr. Wolf. I know, Mr. Wolf.
You can unmute yourself. Yep, there you go.
Hi, everyone. My name is Luke Wolf from Comptroller Scott Stringer's office. I know there's a busy agenda. Just want to share a few updates, education related. that we've put out recently. The first is about the mid-year adjustment, which I know is also a subject of a resolution this evening. So essentially each school year, school budgets receive, schools receive their budgets based on how many students they're expected to enroll. Then mid-year, there's an adjustment based on how many they actually end up enrolling. This year, there's been bigger adjustments than most years, given all the uncertainty around the pandemic. And there are some schools across the city which owe up to $600,000 to the city at a time when we know they are already strapped trying to serve their students. So the controller last week wrote to the chancellor asking that all schools be held harmless in this year's mid-year adjustment process. We feel, especially with the additional FEMA money coming in from the federal government, that the city has the resources to make sure that schools are able to hold their budget steady and are not penalized for all the uncertainty around this year's school enrollment process. So that's the first thing. There are schools which in District 2 have lost up to 25% or more of their students. So we think in District 2, this will also have a very large impact if schools are actually held harmless, which we're recommending that they do. Number 2 is around food security. So this week, Controller Stringer unveiled the comprehensive food security plan to combat hunger in New York City. We know how many students across the DOE are experiencing food insecurity. So I want to share a few of the top line items from that policy here. Number 1 would be an increase and improvement in SNAP outreach, increasing where and how EBT cards can be used across the city, bolstering the city's food pantry network, and also increasing the cultural appropriateness of the city's emergency food program, which our office has received a lot of complaints about. And last update is around Holocaust education. So last year, after the stabbings in Muncie, New Jersey, the city announced a bunch of new Holocaust education initiatives. As far as our office is aware, they were never rolled out this year. So the controller called on the city and state to expand Holocaust education and make sure that they have the right teacher training, digital literacy, news literacy, to make sure that students are aware about Holocaust education, as well as other hate crimes that they should know about and also know how to spot those going forward. So this should be part of the comprehensive curriculum. And we really want to make sure that the city fulfills its obligation and its commitment to providing that sort of education to all students. So I'll pause there, but thank you for giving me a few minutes, and also welcome aboard Superintendent McGuire.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wolf. Ms. Mack, District Manager, Community Board 5, would you like to give a few remarks?
Thank you so much. I wasn't actually expecting to speak, but I'll just introduce myself. I'm the new District Manager for Community Board 5. And, you know, certainly we don't cover all the schools in District 2, a couple of elementary schools and mostly some middle and high schools, but I, you know, am hoping to join your meetings regularly, get to know you all, and really want to see if we can include the CEC2 in our budget process that we undertake with the city. You know, I'll be reaching out to you to see if we can have some of those conversations. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to introduce myself.
Thank you very much. Ushma, public session. Are we ready for that?
Before we start, I just want to say we're going to enforce time limits.
Yes.
Can we tell people what the rules are?
Yes, I believe it's a 1 minute time limit. Is that right, Ushma?
Today we're doing 2 minutes because that's what the bylaws call for.
Okay, 2 minutes it is. 2 minutes.
Yep. So, Ed, if I have a quick question for Luke.
Sure.
Thank you so much.
Is he still
Luke,
here?
I see his screen, so I think he's still here. Luke, we discussed this maybe a few years ago. Schools that are in leased buildings, if their lease expires in the next 5 to 7 years, they cannot access any capital funding, which is a huge issue for these schools because essentially they cannot apply for RISO-A for 5 to 7 years in the last part of the lease. And we talked about this, and there's no way for the city to change this particular regulation, but I would love to work with your office to figure out maybe there is an exemption that can be made for capital projects less than $1 million or some small scale projects that can still be granted these schools. Because, you know, when you have 5 to 7 years left on the lease, that's a whole 4 years of a high school student's life that they cannot have any capital upgrades. So I would love to work with you on that issue if that's possible. And I know Josephine Ishman from CB4 is also working with a high school in her community that is having the same problem. So I'd love to touch base with you after the meeting, but I just wanted to flag that. Thank you.
Yeah, that would be great. I know that, I'm sorry, I think my camera's off. I think that's a problem our office has heard about a few times in recent years, but happy to work with you and Josephine and the CEC to see if we're able to find any workarounds to make sure that we can get it to work for the school. So thank you, Sheena.
Thank you, Luke.
Wonderful. The first few speakers, and I've seen them all on the participant list, are Craig Slutskin, James Thompson, and Heather Freeman.
Greg, you can unmute yourself. There
Thank
you
you.
go.
I don't think I can start my video, correct? Okay, that's fine. So can you hear me? Yeah, okay. Thank you. My name is Craig Slutskin. I'm a parent at PS 340. I'm fully in support for the French dual language and lottery number resolutions. Both seem like no-brainers to me. If anything, we should be expanding dual language programs in D2. I'd like to use my time, though, to discuss the controlled choice initiative. I'm urging the panel members to vote no on this. There have been so many new variables thrown in this year: the pandemic, the loss of screens, people leaving the district. There's no reason to throw even more uncertainty into the process and potentially shut out students in their local neighborhoods from programs that they desire, and doing it at the last minute. Why not wait to see how everything plays out? I'm sure many of the CEC members have theories on how it will play out this year, and that may be true, but they may come true. But the reality is we just don't know. Let's see how the other changes play out first. Let's see who the next mayor is and what he or she winds up doing on screens. We also have a new superintendent, and then let's go from there. In addition, rushing everything now cuts out public input for D2 parents. Not everyone in D2 knows of this plan. Not everyone can come and speak tonight. Spend the next 6 months polling people or having town halls where parents can speak up and ask questions and speak for more than 60 seconds or I guess 2 minutes. I will grant you that you did postpone this for a month and that was helpful, but how much outreach was really done? Was there a poll done? It just seems like it was quietly rolled over, unintentionally, I'm sure, because I'm sure each CEC member wants to hear what the parents of this community want. So I urge you to, the panel, to vote no tonight on that initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is going to be James Thompson. You can unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you for allowing me to speak. And I would like to also build upon what the last speaker said. The controlled choice proposal should not be passed because it contradicts the intention of the NYSEP grant money that was supposed to be used to create school communities where all students have access to an equitable and high quality education. While this proposal gives the impression that kids will be able to go to school close to where they live, it does not guarantee it. I don't see that as equitable. Enrollment in public schools is down 4% citywide, 10% in some neighborhoods. And today we heard it's down 25% in some District 2 schools. This is because families that value education are asking why they should stay in a city that doesn't value their opinions. A city that is eliminating testing and accountability, a place where they keep lowering the bar when they know the bar needs to be raised for the kids to compete in a global economy. Eliminating the ability to send your kid to a local middle school will surely drive more families to leave the city at a time where every tax dollar counts. When school budgets are cut, it will be those you are trying to help that will be affected the most. So I ask this council to do what is right by proposing an enrollment model that details how kids will be able to go to their local middle school. Thank you. I thought I had, you know, I spent a lot of time cutting this down to 1 minute.
You could, would you like to go a little longer?
That's fine.
You had about 20 or 30 seconds left.
That's due to my practicing 1 minute. Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you. Our next speaker is going to be Heather Freeman. You can unmute yourself.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I'm a teacher in a District 2 middle school. I've been teaching in the district since Shelley Harween was superintendent, so I've been here a while. I also, this year, I'm a parent of a 5th grader currently in District 15. So I feel like I can see sort of both sides of this from both sides of this. And a couple years ago in District 15, there were a few schools that were highly coveted and a few that were seen by affluent families as deal breakers. Parents would remove their kids from the system if they were placed in those schools. The fourth grade year was really stressful for kids, dealing with the pressure of test scores and going to school sick so as to keep their attendance scores high. And when we switched to this controlled choice lottery, there was, of course, some fear going into this new system. And I want to reassure parents in District 2 that the sky has not caved in our district. Before the controlled choice lottery, about 75% of students got one of their first choices. And now about 75% of families get one of their first choices. The mix of kids in each school is just slightly different. And so I've heard from many, many parents that they are pleasantly surprised. Some of those schools that had been seen as deal breakers are now described as lovely, sweet, so supportive. They are really, really happy with even choices that were not one of their first choices. And so I feel reassured as a parent of a fifth grader in my district. And I hope that you will support the resolution for controlled choice. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. I can't find the next person.
Neither can I. I
Up,
can't find them either.
but the next set of speakers are Stefan Lautner, Nabina Pandey, Joyce Kuo, Flavia Viana, and Nadia Levy.
Stefan, you're unmuted.
Thank you, Len. Thank you, Ushma. Actually, I'll start off since it was mentioned earlier. Superintendent McGuire, welcome on board to the CEC in District 2. We're glad to have you in the district, and we've heard a lot of good things about you coming from District 15. Similarly to other speakers, I think I would also like to speak out against the controlled choice resolution. I don't think it's an appropriate change at this time for the district. I did want to make a couple comments on the resolution for the support of the French dual language program, as I've made a number of times in the past. And I think Craig Slutskin for having spoken out in favor of it as well. Just highlighting just really two quick points, because also we all expected this to only go for 1 minute rather than 2. It's been a highly, highly, highly successful program. It was approved very late in the cycle for the pre-K. And there were over 110 requests for the 36 seats that were made available. So I think it's a rousing success, and I think that will only continue going forward into a kindergarten class. And the other one is the budget issue and the COVID issue. I don't think that the focusing on COVID and saying we can't do anything, I think is a flawed argument. And really, when we're looking at register losses of 20% in some of the schools that we're talking about on the Upper East Side, I think this would be a great program that would solve a budgetary issue for a lot of the schools, or specifically one school if it's approved at that location. So I think that ignoring that would be, in this environment, a tragedy. So I'll leave it at that. I know there are other speakers as well, and we're trying to keep it short for the evening. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Nabina Pandey. I promise, I apologize if I'm mispronouncing any names.
Hi, thank you. Yes, it's Nabina. So I wanted to talk as well about the dual language pre-K program. So just to summarize, I really feel as a parent that this program was started with the promise of it going into another step, like basically starting it with the promise of continuation. Otherwise, we wouldn't probably have started it and wouldn't have sent my son there. Starting something and abruptly ending it despite no resources issues, no space issue, and no demand issue at a time when thousands of families are fleeing the city, and I myself am considering leaving. I just think that it could be an unwise decision. I would urge you to reconsider this decision. And I also, on the point of middle schools, I also agree that I think we should reconsider that decision as well. I think the path forward needs to be for all students, not specific, only a certain group of students, and the opportunities need to be available for everyone. And that's why we're in this city, and that's why we're waiting. So we hope that the DOE will reconsider this decision. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to let Ushma, I'm going to pass the buck and let Ushma try to pronounce the next couple names so I don't get in trouble.
Joyce Kuo.
Yes, hi. Thank you for taking my call. I'm also a parent at the French dual language program. You know, when we started this program, we had a lot of support. We had a lot of families from different countries represented that had interest in this program. In my daughter's class, we have people of all different backgrounds, you know, all racial backgrounds as well. And this program has been a success. You know, and it's such a shame that we are left stranded without a continuation forward for these children, especially since we've been so committed to seeing its success. You know, I've been very involved also with the teachers, and we have a community and we have the resources for French materials. And I know Stefan and Nadia have been working hard. I believe we've addressed all the concerns that the DOE has regarding resources, money, space, and it feels frustrating as a family to feel like we're not being listened to, and that I just don't understand why there wouldn't be a continuation forward. There's no data to suggest that it wouldn't be a successful program next year. I would argue that you had mentioned that there's not enough data to support just French speakers, but there are many French speakers in the school, so I would question about what sort of data that is collected. But in any case, there's no data to suggest that this wouldn't be successful. We have the space in the Upper East Side, we have the demand, we have the resources, we have the teachers. It just doesn't seem right that you would leave a group of parents who've been so committed without a program next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Flavia Viana.
You can unmute yourself. There you go.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for giving us the opportunity to speak. I've spoken at a couple of meetings before. I'm here to give full support for the French dual language program. I myself, I am Francophone, but I'm actually born in Brazil. So I am proof, and my son too, and so many other parents and families, that there is a lot of diversity in this program in terms of nationalities and languages and cultures, and that's what New York City is. Some others have pointed out that this program was very successful. In fact, I have been in line to get in. I was in waiting list for a very long time. And to be quite frank with you, if one spot open, I would still take my son out of his current program and put him in the dual language program, because I can't afford to pay for private French school for my son. I'm a single mom and I have to teach in Portuguese and French. It's impossible to me to work full time, pay all the bills, live in a tiny apartment in Manhattan, and still have to teach in French on top of everything, because as you may imagine, is a very difficult language to write, especially. So this program would really change my life. And if not, I'm even considering leaving the city because of other things that other speakers pointed out. For example, this controlled choice. I think it's absurd to lower the bar because education is very important to me, and any parent who cares, I think education is very important. That's the future of our country and of our world. So I think the continuation is important. I would like to have the chance to do it because I didn't even get a spot to begin with. So please consider this resolution.
Thank you. Our next set of speakers are Nadia Levy, Yassine Galem, Deborah Freeman, and Jen Soltis.
Hi. Nadia, you're unmuted.
Yes, thank you so much. Thanks, everybody. And again, welcome to Kelly. So I just wanted to obviously use my time to speak to the some points that were made initially about the why the French program is not continuing. And one of those things was the need, want issue and the data. I think that one of the things worth mentioning is that a lot of the data that gets collected at this point and is being mentioned is data on ELLs, but there is a thin line between, MLLs and ELLs. And I think that, there is a large, definitely I know that there is a large Francophone community on the Upper East Side, but also in the neighboring districts, District 1, District 4. There, you know, that's there. And I think that if we could find a way to collect the data a little more comprehensively, that you would see that there is a need and a want present. The other thing is, and this is a very reasonable question, you know, let's say that there is space, like for example, at the UPK, there were 8 available classrooms last year, which is why the pre-K started at the UPK Center. How do we know, you know, what to do with that available space, you know, based on what the needs are of District 2? And I think that's a sound question. Though in this particular case, the French dual language program took 2 out of the 8 available empty classrooms in that UPK center. And as well as, you know, really we were the only ones advocating for use of space. And I think there's something to be said for that, because the DOE encourages advocacy, or says they encourage advocacy. And, you know, we advocated, and I think that's why we got the space. And we're still advocating, and I think that we're being met with some resistance. I think that they should be encouraging the advocacy.
Thank you, Nadia. Yassine Galem.
Can't find that.
I saw him earlier. I believe he was a little frustrated to not be able to ask a question of the SCA.
I don't see him here.
Okay. No
Apologize.
longer. All
I
right.
do have Deborah.
Why don't we unmute Deborah Freeman?
There you go. Deborah, you can go ahead.
Hi, yes, this is Deborah Freeman. Thank you for letting me speak. I am a District 2 resident. My child went through the District 2 public schools, and I'm currently serving as co-chair of the Education Working Group of the Four Freedoms Democratic Club. Our members are on the Upper East Side and Roosevelt Island. And we have focused on increasing funding for public education as one of the most important things to support all of the needs of education. So in light of that, we are supporting the resolution calling for fully funding our public schools. We have been working, we passed 2 resolutions at our club supporting fully funding the foundation aid with state funding, and that's a big part of this resolution, which we think is absolutely critical. New York City schools have been owed over $1 billion in money in foundation aid from the CFE lawsuit, which is long overdue. That was before the pandemic, and as has been very heavily publicized, the needs of the public schools and the students during the pandemic have, of course, greatly increased. We think it is also critical, as is a part of this resolution, to ensure that the New York City public schools get the full COVID-19 federal relief funding, and then that funding is provided as a supplement to the state funding and not to supplant it. It's very problematic, as indicated in the resolution, that the CARES Act money that was designated to be used fully to provide additional funding for public school education due to the needs created in the pandemic was unfortunately used by the state to cut the state funding by the same equivalent amount. And in the current budget, as has been pointed out in testimony from many organizations, unfortunately, state funding has also been cut. So we think that this resolution is very important to be passed. We support it with full. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. One quick note, the participant who did not attend, Yassine Galem, left his comment on the actual form. Can I read it really quickly? It's 2 sentences. Okay. My comment is that in the middle school application process, twins should have the options to go to the same middle school. It is often important for twins to stay together. The current process does not offer this option, and because of that, parents of twins cannot fill an application the same way as other parents in the true order of preference, which isn't a viable option anymore. That was Yassine's comment in a nutshell. Jen Soltez.
You can unmute yourself.
Yes, hi. I'm a parent of a child attending PS 527, and I'm here asking for the support of the CEC for implementing more ASD Nest programs in District 2 schools. I've been in touch with a group of more than 30 parents who have children who are either on the autism spectrum or who are suspecting their child has that diagnosis. This group of parents is quite a diverse group. Many of them, they already have children who are attending District 2 schools, but some of them have children not even in kindergarten yet and are just looking ahead at what their options are throughout District 2 and are specifically looking at the ASD Nest program for their child. Otherwise, they are forced to consider attending private schools or leaving the city altogether. So, the Nest program has limited locations throughout Manhattan, and the only District 2 location is downtown at the moment. So for the group of parents that I've been in touch with who are mostly located uptown in the Upper East Side vicinity, we would like to see a Nest program added to one of these schools, especially a school that is facing declining enrollment and one that is rather homogeneous in student body. The Nest program has proven to be successful in the 50 schools that it's already in. The program, it not only benefits the students who are on the spectrum, but also their general ed peers because of the smaller class size. And I'm told that it's become a coveted program amongst general ed students who attend schools who have the program. And in conclusion, I'd just like to welcome Mr. McGuire to District 2 and hope that we'll have the opportunity to discuss the ASD Nest program further. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jennifer. Our next set of speakers are
Jocelyn Anchor.
Yeah, Jocelyn, then Janie, Ted Leather, Catherine Colros, Kaushik Das, Michael Markowitz. I can't see Thomasina, and Nina Miller. And if you would like to sign up in this first public speaking session, please do so. Either there's a link on cecd2.net or the website to sign up is at the top of the board that I have posted. But Jocelyn, please.
Oh, hi, everybody. I hope everyone's doing well and staying safe. Welcome, Kelly. I'm so delighted to have you on board. We loved your middle school when we looked at it, so I see good things ahead in our future. I'm going to go totally off script here. I would like to stay in the city, and so right now I would also like the choice to be able to go back to blended learning, right? And so the mayor and the chancellor, of course, had said there will be multiple opportunities. Then we all know that he changed his mind. I really think it was the mayor. He explained that it had to do with safety. That he's proven that schools are safe, and that teachers and principals need to be able to plan. I understand that. I think we are in a different scenario now with the vaccine out. There are probably some people who could actually go back to school who wanted to, who couldn't previously because they live with people who are high risk, who are now able to get vaccinated. In terms of the planning, I think one way to approach that would be to leave it up to principals because they know what their resources are. They know what they're capable of managing. So I would really appreciate having another opportunity to opt in. So I wanted to make my voice heard. I'm also hoping there would be a way to put that message out to more people beyond just this meeting. That's it.
Thank you. Next, we have Janie Huang.
Hi. For whatever reason, I can't.
We can hear you.
Yeah, I can't start my video. It's a little strange, but
That's
okay. I'm a parent in District 2. I have 3 kids in public school. I fully support the resolution to reopen pre-K through 12 schools. I also support the resolution to provide lottery numbers for the 2021 admission cycle. I have twins in 5th grade, and it's incredibly hard to give them guidance or manage their expectations without knowing the lottery number, particularly if one gets a good number and one gets a bad number. And it's going to be a disaster situation in trying to explain to the twins, what's what. I think having the number would enable me as a parent to manage their expectations. I also agree with and the other parent who said that twins should have the opportunity to go to the same school. I had a heart-to-heart talk with my twins and told them that they would most likely not be going to the same school. Twin A was like, I could go either way. Twin B, who's the boy, put his head down on the dinner table and said, I don't know what I'm going to do without my sister. I don't think I could go to a different school. It's like I didn't know what to say. He cried. Okay, you know, and this is a kid that is not very emotional. I also do not support the controlled choice for D2. I agree with Craig Slutskin's view. I think it's imprudent to layer on a new variable into a lottery system before you know the resulting impact of the existing lottery. Also, can someone provide statistics on the positive impact of District 15 admissions changes? I hear great things, and I don't doubt parents have, you know, positive views and experiences, but I haven't seen the corresponding data that speaks to the overwhelming, you know, quality changes. Thank you.
Next we have Ted. I don't want to mispronounce the last name. Leather.
Oh. Hi. I wasn't aware that and I know I submitted a question. I don't have it in front of me.
Ted, I can read it for you if you want, Ted.
Yeah, Sheena, read it because you completely caught me off guard.
Okay.
But that's not anybody's fault but mine.
All right, I'm happy to read it for you. 28 high schools in DT are overseen by what was the affinity group. These schools enroll approximately 12,000 students, although fair student funding weighs them as close to 18,000. Does the parent organization, New Visions, Urban Assembly, Outward Bound, CUNY, etc., provide additional funds? And if so, where in the Galaxy budget would this appear? I ask because 7 of the schools receive 100% of their fair student funding, while 3, Humanities Prep, City AS, and Urban Academy Lab, receive more than 100%. 3 schools receive the lowest, 90.06%, while 15 receive from between 90.23 to 98%. Facing History received 90.98% of its fair student funding, while Beacon received 91.1%. Can someone please explain the process that determined the dividend for the schools? So do you have anything to embellish on that at all, Ted?
Thank you. Anything to embellish? I mean, it just, I would like to be able to look at a school that has, say, 500 kids and be able to come to the conclusion they have this many in special ed, these many L's, IEPs, et cetera, and the arithmetic shows that they have 692 weighted kids, but why they are funded at a certain percentage. It just seems crazy. There are 5 high schools in the city that are not specialized, yet nonetheless get the extra 25% allocation. I'm not saying they shouldn't, I'm saying why, right? There's 2 in Manhattan, 2 in Queens, and 1 in Brooklyn that gets this extra money. It just, I'm just basically asking. Thank you.
Okay, time.
Oh, Vincent, were you going to say something?
Well, just that with the question and his comments, time was over.
Oh, sorry. Ushma, I'm not sure if the next person is Catherine Colros. I'm not
That's
sure.
what I've got on my list.
Okay,
Yes.
it's hard to, I couldn't make out the writing, so.
Sorry, yes,
Okay.
Catherine Colros.
You can
Then
unmute
Kaushik
yourself.
Das, Michael Markowitz, and Nina Miller, and that's the last of the people who've currently signed up for the public speaking session.
Catherine, you should be able to go.
Okay, thanks. I am speaking in support of the French dual language program. It's been a very successful pre-K, and they're continuing to enroll the pre-K kids for next year. So I'm really confused. What is the point of that? Or is it just so that, they can have the dual language program for 1 year and then that's it? That doesn't really make sense to me. And Executive Superintendent Rosales said in our one meeting that she had with parents about this multiple times that we were not promised a continuation. And that's true, but the DOE promised that they would work hard with us to set that up, and there just has not been a good faith effort to do so, or if there has, it has not been transparent and the parents have not been involved in that. We have felt ignored, and even though every barrier that has been brought to our attention has been we've addressed, we're not asking for additional funding. There's a school with space that wants to host us, and it's just being ended without really concrete reasons that we have been provided with. And we've been told those seats are being held for kids from families who left. And lots of families have left the city and many are not coming back. And so why deny continuing services for current families who stayed in a current successful program to hold seats for families who left and might come back? My husband is a healthcare worker and he can't work remotely. And so we couldn't leave if we wanted to. And we can't afford private school. And there has been a lot of lip service to frontline healthcare workers. So it's just very frustrating for us that the DOE seems to be prioritizing kids whose families left over the kids who are here and who are asking that this program continue. Thank you.
I think, Len, you were muted. Kaushik is next.
Hello, you guys can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I'd like to speak in some of the proposals. I'm in favor of disclosing lottery numbers, strongly so. There have been many different, there is no reason not to disclose this information on your ranking. Many families would make different decisions on how they rank their schools. Many families make different decisions on their non-DOE options. And importantly, many families make different decisions on whether or not they live or don't live in the city. This is not a matter of privilege. People choose to leave the city and for a variety of reasons, including to save money, which is more important to people who lack the privilege. And they might choose to leave for entirely different education options, which I can't blame them. And in a city that has continually lowered the bar in education, reduced accountability, many remote and blended learning failures, and haphazard decision-making by both the mayor and the chancellor. On the other resolution, I'm going to speak again strongly against controlled choice, which I did last month as well. We're continually told that the DOE and the different parent bodies want to hear from parents and parent leaders, yet they're continually ignored unless they're parent leaders who happen to be well connected to DOE insiders, Shino Tanakawa, for example. I implore CEC under this new leadership not to follow this path. Controlled choice is a huge departure from what parents want. Despite representations made to the chancellor otherwise, I again want to remind that many times parents here have wanted grades, they have wanted to maintain academic screens. At the Manhattan event, 70% of the speakers wanted to keep screens. At the citywide, 81%. And at D2 President's Council, between 2/3 and 3/4 of PTA presidents. Why am I talking about this still? Because again, going from screen middle schools to controlled choice is a gigantic departure from what parents want. Additionally, this will be done during a year where this decision is supposed to be temporary. Why are we trying to hasten how this reorganization happens, as if busing kids around New York City is the best answer to this problem?
Time.
Thank you.
Thank you. We've got Michael Markowitz, Nina Miller, Nadia Prayadko, and then Gavin Healy.
Michael, you're
Next
unmuted.
is-
Sorry, Wishma. Sorry.
Hi, no problem. I won't need all my time. First of all, I want to welcome Kelly McGuire back to District 2. He and I don't know each other well, but I remember how much he advocated for 75 Morton. That was a long time ago, and here it finally is. And speaking of things that I thought would be done in time for my kid to appreciate before she turns 21, 130 Bleecker Street. Per memory, that actually was promised by NYU, what is now 9 years ago, when she was 12. She's about to turn 21. We haven't even started it yet. NYU further hasn't been pressed to commit to it, other than we'll do something if the city shows up with money, and the city's kicking the can down the road. And I'd just like to point out that in that same amount of time, we could have built the new LaGuardia Airport twice. So my question to the CEC is, why hasn't that gotten rolling, and what's the prospects of it getting rolling? I did notice it wasn't in the presentation from the capital planning group. Thank you.
Next, we have Nina Miller. You can unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you, Nina.
Okay, hi. I'm a parent of a middle school student in District 2. I'm here to voice support for the controlled choice resolution. I think it's long overdue, and calls to wait and see are more of the same resistance to integrate schools and level the playing field that we've been hearing for a long time from only some of the District 2 parents. Many of us, in fact, would like to go forward with what we know are research tested ways to integrate schools like that of District 15 and other districts. So we really know what does happen if we just unscreen without these set asides. It's not like we need to wait and see. We do have the data. And it's the right thing to do, I believe. It's also the best thing for all students.
Pretty well run.
Given how little money there is for so many of our schools, I'm not sure where in the budget the dual language program comes from. Just as far as transparency on that, I would appreciate understanding how that works. Like truly just where is that as compared to the money for schools that have so much less of the fair funding for Black and Hispanic students, schools in particular, the ones that are predominantly Black and Hispanic. And that's it. Thank you for your time.
You.
I'm going to let you call the next person.
Yeah, she signed up as Nadia Co, so that makes it a little bit easier. But
Oh, that's much better.
her
You
full
can,
name.
you're unmuted.
That is easier. Hi, guys. I would like to welcome Mr. Maguire first and foremost. We do not know each other, but I know of him, and I'm very excited that he is back in District 2.
Well, his
and
dog
then
was telling us not to make noise on some other topic, period.
I would like to speak in support of the full reopen resolution, providing lottery numbers to parents, amnesty for budget deficit, French dual language program, and fully funding public schools. I am against the controlled choice changes. I have a 6th grader, so I have no beef in the game. But I also noticed that most people that are in support also don't have any beef in the game. And most people who have children that will be directly impacted by it are against. So that should say something. If your child will not be impacted, I don't think you should be the loudest voice to support the changes. I would also love to see the data on District 15 and how the lottery related changes have positively impacted the racial background of those schools, because even though the previous speaker said that we do have the data, I don't have anything definitive. And I have heard, quite frankly, mixed reports. Somebody mentioned that, everybody is happy, but I've heard quite a number of people from District 15 not happy. So data would help in that. Most certainly regarding how it achieved the goal that we had. And both also, how many kids did receive their first choices as compared to the previous system. Both of them would be great to have to make a decision. And I guess that's really all I have. I don't need any more time. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Next is Gavin Healy. You can unmute yourself.
Good evening. My name is Gavin Healy. I'm the parent of a 3rd grader in a District 2 school. I spoke in favor of the resolution on the controlled choice model for middle school admissions at last month's meeting. And I waited a month to reiterate my support for that resolution today. I believe that controlled choice admissions will increase the socioeconomic integration of District 2 middle schools, benefiting my child, who as a third grader will be directly impacted by this change in the coming years, and benefiting all other students in District 2. Thank you very much.
Next, we have Rachel Glue. Rachel, you can go.
Yes, hi, thank you. This is Rachel Gluby. I have two children, one in a District 2 middle school. I am an SLT member at that middle school, which is Lower Manhattan Community School. It is a very diverse school, a very successful school. And in case I'm not sure if this was mentioned previously, but it is the middle school from where Kelly McGuire did come, and welcome, Kelly. I would like to express my support for the controlled choice resolution. The authors have considered distance and proximity to school. I know that that was a big, something that was voiced at the last meeting. I certainly understand the fear of elementary school parents about going to a school that might seem a little bit far away or might be out of your neighborhood. But I really want to say that having a high schooler and a middle schooler, in both instances, these kids by the end of 6th grade, they want to be on their own. They want to take the train home by themselves, walk home by themselves. They become independent kids, and it sounds scary, but it just kind of happens. I was definitely scared myself. Controlled choice is being supported by mayoral candidates. I feel like this is the trend. This is where the direction that public education is going. Parents, members of the CEC have expressed support for diversity as an ideal, and research demonstrates that controlled choice is the best way to achieve it. I know some parents feel like they'll leave the city, but there are many parents who choose to stay in the city, who want their kids to go to diverse schools, who want their kids to interact with just the plurality of all of the citizens of New York. So I've expressed my full support for that resolution.
And then we have Lilibeth Feliciano.
Good evening, everyone. Want to start with, once again, thanking you guys for everything you do. It's not an easy position you guys are in all the time. I'm just very simple. I mean, this platform is great because we have very good discussions about really true issues that are affecting all our families. My main goal, can you close the door, please? Sorry. My main goal in speaking is to just say, when we talk about what parents want, I really want us to reflect on what that is and push back and really ask ourselves and ask us who is actually included in that. Is it the same faces? Is it the same people speaking all the time? Are we really reaching a majority of our parents? And does that data truly support it? If we have 450 parents in PS 51, how many of those actually spoke to or for proposals? And in each and every school. And I just push you guys as a CEC to really look at that, because it's great that we have continuing and recurring faces like myself who come and speak, but that doesn't mean it's representative of everybody. So if there's one thing that I urge the CEC to do this year is to really ask yourself, who is saying yes? Who is saying no? And if that number doesn't match a majority of each of our schools, then we're not doing our job. Thank you.
Thank you. There was one last minute addition, and that's Mar Fitzgerald. She signed up in between when I erased the board. So Mar, I asked you to unmute.
Hi. Let's see. I am speaking in favor of the resolution to support the controlled choice model for middle school admissions. I'm a lifelong District 2 resident and the parent of a District 2 5th grader. So I got a lot of skin in the game. It's great that we've suspended discriminatory screens for this year, but as Ms. Miller said, unless we do the set-asides, and the supports that will need, it's not going to do its job. It's not going to desegregate our schools. It's not going to allow our children to go to schools that are reflective of the city, of the world, and help them to be global citizens. I also am concerned about the transparency around the French school. I've heard over and over, we have the resources, we have the space. When there are so many that don't, where are these resources coming from? So some transparency around that school that only 36 kids it serves? I don't know. There are a lot of kids that still don't have devices. Thank you.
Edward, it's back to you. That concludes our first public session.
Wow, thank you very much. Thank you. Great job, Len. Great job, Ushma. Thank you. So I don't have much here in this report, other than that my son was very happy because he came across an email that read middle schools to reopen for in-person learning on February 25th. So that's going to happen for grades 6 through 8 on Thursday, February 25th. There's also going to be weekly testing. All schools will have 20% of students and staff randomly tested on a weekly basis. Student consent. All students are required to provide consent for testing by their first scheduled in-person learning day. Students who do not submit consent will be immediately transitioned to fully remote learning. Staff consent. All staff are required to provide consent by the first day they report to their school building. Students and staff who have recently traveled outside of New York to a place on the state's travel advisory list must quarantine for 10 days or test out of the 10-day quarantine based on the state's guidance, which can be found at coronavirus.health.newyork.gov/COVID-19-travel advisory. We also have here tonight Martha Kessler, who will provide us with an update on the CEC, the upcoming CEC elections. Ms. Kessler? Is Ms. Kessler in the room? Can someone help me locate Ms. Kessler?
I just
Here I am.
asked her to
Thank
unmute.
you. I just needed permission to unmute. Hi, District 2 CEC. Thank you so much for letting me just stop in. I was here a month ago and talked to you about the upcoming elections. Applications have opened, and we've had a record number of applications in the first week, as many applications in 1 week as we had in the whole season. So that's really exciting, and thank you all of you who stepped up, and those of you who are thinking about it, please don't wait until the last day, because the last day is a Sunday. It's February the 28th, the applications close. And if there's a problem with your New York City schools account, which is how you're going to participate in this election, your parent coordinator is not going to pick up the phone at 10 p.m. on Sunday night. So make sure that your New York City schools account is active. I know, I'm so sorry. So many accounts and so many, those of you applying for middle school are using My Schools, and you're thinking, hang on a minute, My Schools is just for applying to middle, high, or elementary. It is one job. New York City schools account is where you can see all of your children and a lot of information about them. I'm not going to give you a pitch, but it is the only way that you can participate in this election. So open your New York City schools account, ask your parent coordinator if you're having any trouble at all. And if you're interested in running for the CEC as an applicant, the campaign is holding information sessions every day, and we're hitting all 9 languages in the month of February. And tomorrow we have a presentation in Bengali, and then on Thursday in English with American Sign Language. The presentation is available in English on YouTube, and I can post the link. But please encourage your friends, your fellow parents to apply for a seat. This CEC2 serves families with K through 8. Citywide Council on High School for 9 through 12. If your child has an IEP or is in a District 75 or has English language learner status, there is a citywide council for each of those groups of our students. So apply, get the word out, check out our posters are everywhere. And if you have any questions, our email is elections2021. It's elections plural because there are 40 councils. So it's elections2021@schools.nyc.gov. And our website is part of DOE's website. So NICSA, apply, get the word out. And if you're having any trouble with your NICSA account, check with your parent coordinator. District 2 is doing amazingly well, 3rd in the city in terms of enrollment. I think if it's such a huge district that it's hard to be top, but we're doing really, really well. So well done, everyone, all your parent coordinators, and Jennifer Greenblatt, the FLC. I want to shout out to her incredible leadership, and she's really been amazing. So thank you, Jennifer, and thank you, CEC. And hopefully I'll come back again in April and we'll talk about voting, which is really different because everybody votes.
Thank you, Ms. Kessler. Thank you very much. And I agree wholeheartedly about Jennifer Greenblatt. I will turn it over now to Vice President Emily Helfson. Emily?
Oh, great. I don't have a vice president's report, and we'll get to the committee reports later on. But I did just want to, as many of you have mentioned already, give a rousing welcome and CEC D2 and District 2 at large welcome to Kelly McGuire, our new District 2 superintendent. Many of you know him already. He was the principal for many years at the Lower Manhattan Community School, LMC. He then went to District 15 to be their superintendent. And we are lucky enough that he bounced his way over to us. And so I just wanted to give a round of applause and say welcome. And perhaps you can just go right in and do your superintendent's report.
Sure. Thank you so much, Emily, President Irizarry. I really appreciate being here. And I have a longer, more put together report here to share, but given that we have just received news on the middle school reopening, and since we've been referring to it, I do just want to say that we spent a good part of the day today meeting both in small groups and with all of the middle school principals today, or principals that have middle school aged grade levels. And it's a challenge. We are bringing students back to the buildings who have been out of buildings for several months. But the principals and I are excited for the process. It is now really an opportunity for us to figure out how is it that we can bring back students as many days as possible safely, and also make sure that we are in keeping with all of the health and safety measures that go along with returning to school. So the work is in process. It's an incredible group of very, very smart and thoughtful school leaders. And you should be hearing soon from your child's school and the plans for their reopening. But I do just want to say that it's an honor to be here tonight. And since this is my first meeting as my first CEC meeting as superintendent, I wanted to take a quick moment to share a little bit about myself with the community. I won't go into a full review of my resume, but I did want to share a few things from my personal experience that have helped to shape the work that I've done as an educator. Most important is that I grew up around teachers and they love their jobs. And like most of the teachers I know, they did not leave their work at the schoolhouse door. My stepfather worked a long career as a special education teacher and a program leader in the St. Paul public school system. My mother began her work first as a paraprofessional, but then later as a teacher and a district administrator. And our evenings and weekends, we spent a lot of time attending to student enrichment programs and attending school-focused activities. My stepfather, he worked with older teens who were attending, whose schooling was a blend of on-campus learning and off-site work experience. And when he would pick me up from school, I knew that any drive home would not be complete without a couple of worksite check-ins with his students. After a few years in the school system, my mother, she devised a curriculum focused on real-world activities for her students. And the class started a small business of creating note cards and personalized stationery. And she taught her students not just how to create these products, but how to market them and the best ways to use the money they earned from their work. And I recall many weekends spent with stacks of paper and materials around the house, and the whole family working to package those materials into student-friendly bundles that she needed for production days in her classroom. If I look back a little bit further, another generation, my grandmother was also a lifelong educator. She earned her doctorate in education at the University of Minnesota in the early 1960s. And after serving as a teacher, including doing some of the earliest online teaching as a science teacher on public television, she served as an elementary school principal and then a deputy superintendent of the St. Paul schools. She was in charge of the district budget through some very challenging financial times, and she worked with the superintendent and a team of teachers and principals to craft the school desegregation plan for the city in the 1970s. I wanted to just share a little bit about this, my history, because I think it's important for you to know the stories and experiences that shaped me as an educator. I'm dedicated to public education to the core, just like the members of my family, and just like the teachers and principals that I believe exist here in our district, and that I've had the privilege of visiting and meeting with this past week. As I transition into this position, I also want to share my deep appreciation for our district team, including our district and borough leadership. The women that I've worked with have done thoughtful work to promote strong community and high quality teaching and learning in our District 2 schools. At this time, when the way we used to collaborate with both within and across our schools was turned upside down, they partnered with some amazing parents, principals, teachers, and borough staff to establish regular systems for school support and professional learning. These structures not only sustained professional learning and the advancement of district goals, they created routines that were reliable and supportive to schools and the people working in them. I share this not only to acknowledge the good work that they did, but also to reassure our community that although this is an incredibly tough time, the intelligent collaboration and learning for which District 2 is known remains strong today and will continue under my superintendency. Over the past couple of weeks, I've been considering what the next 5.5 months in the school year will look like for our schools. While doing this thinking, I was reminded of my first year as a principal and remembering very clearly how I misjudged the amount of time that it takes to prepare for spring planning. My plan was to continue working hard through most of June and then spend the last couple of weeks of the year with an amazing group of teacher leaders that I had picked out to map out our planning for the summer. My plan failed. As we all know, the school calendar accelerates in June. It doesn't slow down. And because I was so busy, I did not include the teacher leaders in my plan. I recall showing up to school the day after everyone left for the summer, ready to collaborate, but with no one in the building except for the custodians, me, and Cora, the longtime and beloved school safety agent. Looking back to the remainder of this school year means that we must take stock of the opportunities we have to collect feedback from our community, evaluate the effectiveness of our programs, and determine the practices, structures, and tools that will strengthen our communities and accelerate learning. We are in a strong position to do this work in District 2. We have many structures in place for gathering information and developing rigorous plans for serving all our students well. Every week, I will meet with a group of leaders and principals in a district instructional leadership team called the DILT. For the past 2 weeks, we have met online and visited a multitude of classrooms around the district. At City Knoll Middle School, we watched teachers engage students in math investigations through strong questioning. In our visit to PS11, we observed students facilitating their own classroom discussions and using online math manipulators to problem solve and show their thinking. Finally, in a visit to PS158, we watched a 4th grade teacher masterfully engage students in a study of secondary characters and a 3rd grade teacher facilitated a discussion about race and culture with her entire class of 30 students, some who were in the classroom with her and others who were at home as she was live streaming the class to them from her classroom. Visiting these classrooms together as a team was truly a joyful experience. Another goal of these visits is to collect non-evaluative information about teaching and analyze learning experiences. Our visits and follow-up conversations with teachers, paraprofessionals, and curriculum coaches help us identify the rich new skills for our teachers and the rich new skills that our teachers have learned and the tools that they are using to teach students in blended and remote settings. We are learning a lot about what is working well, and we are developing plans for a full return to school that utilizes all that we have learned to give children what they need to be successful and accelerate learning. We are also engaged in ongoing work to collect feedback and information from families that will help to inform our planning. Our central office has implemented the Learning Experience Survey, and we are looking forward to reviewing these data. We are also engaged in many live conversations with families or video conferencing. These are very real and very useful conversations occurring in our PTAs as well as in the President's Council. This past week, I also had the opportunity to visit with small groups of parents from PS2 and PS51. In these meetings, parents shared their overwhelming appreciation for the work of teachers, but they also made clear that ensuring their child's success in school was not easy. Some of them had to take a leave of absence from their job, or because their hours are flexible, they only can begin their full-time work after the school day is over. You could feel how difficult this was for them through the screen. They also shared some very useful nuggets of information that can inform what school may look like in the future. They told us how small group work had been incredibly positive for their children and how one-on-one check-ins that their children had with their teachers, even when they only occurred every 2 weeks, were an important part of their child's learning. The schools our teachers and leaders have learned over this past year may make this kind of personalized learning even more achievable. We're entering a new phase in the year. Our middle schools are about to reopen for in-person learning, and over the next few months, we will be tinkering towards school being a reliable and stable force in all of our lives, something I think we're all looking forward to. We have a lot of work to do, but I'm inspired by all that I am seeing from our school communities. Thanks so much for the opportunity to share with you, and I'm looking forward to our years together.
Thank you so much, Kelly. And I just welcome again, but also want to just turn for a moment because sort of during this transition, we really had the honor to get to know a lot better and have Marisol Rosales come to many meetings and sort of be our anchor for a little while. So I just wanted to give the floor over to her for a little bit. And before she pops off, say that we hope that you will attend more meetings, Marisol, and not feel as though that you are leaving it all to Kelly.
I'm not going away, that's for sure. And I feel like a proud mother. Good evening, everybody. I hope everyone is well and is safe. And as always, my thoughts and prayers are with those of you who've been impacted the hardest by this pandemic. I want to thank CEC, all members for your leadership and your advocacy. It really is so good to be in community with everyone tonight. And I'm really excited to see Kelly in this new role, and really excited for the District 2 community. I mean, you just had a taste of who this leader is. He is incredibly thoughtful, supportive, and he is dedicated to creating affirmative, integrated, supportive environments for children and for families. It is great to have him back. And so I want to thank so many members of this community for the dialogue and the many conversations I had with so many of you, leading to a very rigorous hiring process. This is the result, and so thank you. And I want to say something about our principals and teachers. Some of them are here. Thank you for your leadership, your passion, and commitment to not just educate, but to also care for our children. We're not the same educators we were a year ago. What this pandemic has taken from us, what this pandemic has taught us, is demanding that we think differently about education. We have a moral and we have a professional responsibility to do so. And so it energizes me to hear you talk about creating platforms to ensure underrepresented families have a voice as we continue to embrace multiple perspectives. It's been a great evening, and Emily, I promise you, I am a partner. I am a partner to Kelly. I will continue to be a partner to CEC and families. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Marisol. Thank you. And thank you, Kelly. And Kelly, one thing you'll learn is that we have fantastic chairpersons of the various subcommittees that we have. And are there any reports from any of the chairs of the subcommittees? Ushma, anyone would?
I'd love for Tom to speak up. You guys have all heard my voice enough.
Okay.
But we have had a meeting, yes.
Okay. So anyone else?
As always, we have our meetings tomorrow, general CEC meetings. And tomorrow we have a guest who will be speaking briefly. I guess we decided on around 15 minutes at the beginning of the presentation, just on tutoring. We identified last week that one of the areas for students in temporary housing.
Hey, Tom, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Do you have another audio mic? Because very
A lot of static.
Is that better or no?
No. It's just so much feedback. I wouldn't have interrupted you, but I see other people's faces reacting.
Here, I'm happy to take over, Tom, if you don't mind. We are going to have a special guest star, someone who started the courtesy of Josephine Ishman, who invited our colleague, whose name I'm forgetting at present. Shino, do you recall? Who's going to talk about the tutoring program she started, because one of the things we are working towards trying to assist with is the coronavirus-induced learning gap, and trying to figure out where our community can try and help to bridge the gap there by bringing people together. We're also reconsidering the program that we started in the spring of matching schools with shelters. So to do another round of asking a school community to help meet the needs of a particular shelter and feel a sense of community there. We have established that our standing meetings are going to be the second Wednesday of every month, so the night after our CEC meetings, and we very much welcome the community's participation. Oh, and also our former student member, Violet Becker, will be attending because she started a tutoring group of high school students. And so Shino helped to get in touch with her as well as her partner to ask them to come and tell us about what their progress was in the spring and how it has continued into the fall and winter. Tom, am I missing anything else?
Don't risk it. No.
Okay. Anyone else, Eric? Anyone else?
I do have a Students with Disabilities update. Our committee met on Friday, January 29th. The focus was on paraprofessionals, and we had a guest speaker, Lori Podveskar of Include NYC, which is an incredible resource. It is a free resource for those in need of any services, questions, anything having to do with students with disabilities. Include NYC is definitely a wonderful place to go. And she talked a little bit about some of the structures and laws that surround paraprofessionals, but really we were very fortunate to have Kelly with us that afternoon as well, but it was really just community members coming together. We had parents who had their students have paraprofessionals. We had paraprofessionals themselves, and we had some assistant principals, and it was really just a wonderful afternoon. There are a couple of people who wanted to get together to start to work on a resolution. So I'm trying to foster that, really more about like professional development, or even just getting paras together to share best practices across the district. One of the APs was saying that paras don't have the opportunities to do that as much as they would like, and they sometimes feel disconnected. So we're working on having that come up in a resolution form. And then I just wanted to announce our next meeting for Students of Disabilities Committee is going to be next Tuesday, February 16th at 6 p.m. And you heard one of the members of the public, Jen, who came and talked about ASD Nest. A number of parents have really been excited to collect as a group, and we're going to have that be our focus. So February 16th, 6 p.m. I have a flyer that can go out tomorrow with Yvette with her announcement. So please join us. It is open to all.
Great. Thank you very much, Emily. Thank you.
And I have a quick report out on Know Your Rights. By the way, Yvette, if Tom re-logged in, if you can make him co-host again so he can actually unmute and speak. CECD2 was approached by the Mayor's Office for Immigrant Affairs, and they were looking for partners to host Know Your Rights workshops for immigrants. We didn't know which committee to go under, so we just did it as a diversity committee. We hosted one in English on the 27th and in Mandarin on the 3rd of February, which unfortunately got Zoom bombed, and we neglected to edit out the Zoom bombing before we posted on the website. So I apologize to anybody who had to watch through that horrible video. We are working on editing it and we'll repost. But this is a resource for immigrant families and immigrants, families or not, listing all the benefits, assistance, supports that they are eligible to receive. And it's actually really important information that I hope that you will be able to share with your respective communities. We are going to be doing another workshop in Spanish for resources, but this one's not particular to immigrants, but we'll be sending out notices for that as well. Thanks.
Great, thank you very much. Now we'll turn to the presentation and discussion of resolutions. The first resolution, or proposed resolution, is the controlled choice for District 2 middle schools. Robin?
Okay, yes. So as everyone on the council remembers, I had a version of this that we discussed last week. It hadn't been circulated in a timely manner, so we voted to table it till today. I did make some changes in response to the feedback that we got from both people on the council and from public comment, which is really to reiterate the that we recognize the importance of having a local option. And so I hope that the new version of the resolution communicates both that the zoned options that have been available to students are still available to students, and that just as in the current version of our middle school assignment process, there's an out chance of ending up in a school that's not in your neighborhood. That doesn't change. So there still may be a chance that you don't get placed at a school in your neighborhood, but that's not a change that happens with controlled choice. That is always a risk in any kind of choice model. And so as I feel confident that with the safeguard of having a zoned school option, plus the way seats are distributed around the city, if proximity was a family's priority and they only listed the schools in their neighborhood, the chances of them being placed at a school outside of the neighborhood are very low and unchanged from in the current system. And then the other thing I'll just explain is that another piece of feedback was that I decided I wanted to that it would be better if the resolution just took a firm stand on which metric to use. So rather than leaving that open-ended, just to make it easy and clear, it's a targeted 36% free reduced lunch number. This is based on the district-wide average. And really all this is doing is formalizing an approach that's already in place. So we have, I believe, 6 of our District 2 middle schools are already setting aside a priorities for kids that are eligible for free and reduced lunch, ranging from 17 to 36%. And so all this does is say, hey, let's take a system-wide, a district-wide approach, because we understand that there's sort of an interplay. And if we want to sort of make a statement of values that, you know, we expect all of the middle schools to be able to serve all of the students in the district, this way it becomes a number that's formalized and consistent across the district, and isn't sort of done piecemeal at the middle school level. So those are the only 2 changes, and the gist is the same. And that's my presentation.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, sorry.
Any questions or comments?
I have one, if you can hear me without.
It's much better now.
Yeah, I'm off my phone now. My laptop was freaking out. I just want to say, even though I believe in the benefit of having students of similar academic abilities in our overcrowded classrooms, I support your resolution because middle schools are not going to be academically screened in 2021 anyway. There's certainly a benefit to having economically and racially diverse schools over a pure lottery system where academic ability will not be taken into account anyway. And I think that's something we're all over, a lot of the comments are overlooking, that's already gone for 2021. I just had a couple questions after looking at the appendixes though. How is it possible that several of our middle schools right now that have either the 17% or 36% metric are below that threshold in actual students who are free and reduced lunch students? Are there not enough free reduced lunch students applying? And if that's the case, are we going to be forcing FRL students into these schools?
So I think the main reason is that none of these have been fully phased in yet. So the numbers are new enough that like you have 8th graders that are currently matriculated and even 7th graders that are matriculated before those numbers were put in place. I think if you look at 6th grade, you actually see it come much closer to those 17% numbers. There wouldn't be placing students at, I don't know the other explanations for how why there may be a disparity, but if I'm recalling the data, that's the primary driver of it.
No, that makes sense.
And can I add just one thing, Tom, to the second part of your question, which is, forcing students. So in these models, it's target, so it's not a requirement. So if you look across, even in District 15, where it's been in, the controlled choice model's been in place, I believe this is going on the 2nd year or the 3rd year, they're targets. So it's not meant to, as you said, assign a student to a school. And that's a question that I also have had around where you set the target, because you wouldn't want to change someone's choice on school because you needed to meet the target. So just the target, it's not a requirement.
Okay, thank you.
And it's also, there's wiggle room. So it's not, they always like leave a little bit of, it's like 5 points in either direction. So if our target was 36%, it would actually be like an acceptable range of 30 to 40 at any school to also, and that creates more space. And it may even be 25 to 45. It may be a 10% range. So there's a lot of space to accommodate family choice and not just putting kids in schools that they hadn't ranked for the sake of this, of meeting the target.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Robin. Now, on the resolution to fully reopen pre-K 12 schools, Maud?
Hi, yes. I think the resolution speaks for itself, but I will just say that despite some of the changes that we have had recently, including the middle school return announcement, we still have the vast majority of our students, our New York City students, not in school. And there's no justifiable reason for that. We can look around the country, we can look in other parts of New York State, and we see students safely receiving 5-day-a-week education and thriving. We see students in other states and other parts of New York State enrolled safely in sports activities and doing extremely well. We see students in New York City who are isolated, who are suffering from a rash of mental health concerns that have increased during the pandemic, and who are not in school because we have instituted rules that make no sense, like the 2-case closure rule. That's a political rule. It's not a scientific rule. It's not based in CDC guidelines. It's not based in anything that serves to keep our children safe. I actually find it, I wasn't at the last 2 CEC meetings. I find it actually rather shocking that we're the first CEC to address open schools, and that with all of our councils and with all of the constant advocacy that's going on, no one is talking about the most important thing, which is to open our schools more meaningfully so that we can get more children returned to in-person learning. I will also say, although it's not the subject of this resolution, it's deeply related, and as a mother of a high school student, it weighs on me. It seems quite clear that the current leadership in our city does not intend to have high school students in full-time school in September of this year. You know, my 8th grader last year was, like all kids, school ended in March. I was taller than him then. He's now taller than me. The idea that he's gonna start 10th grade sitting on the couch is just horrifying. And I've talked to so many parents who feel the same way. I could go on and on, but I won't. It is imperative that we reopen schools, and the science suggests overwhelmingly that we can do so safely. And I think we need to hear, you know, it would be great, although I doubt we're going to have a unanimous resolution, it would be great to hear support from all of our council members for doing something that is pro-children and that puts our kids first.
Okay, any questions or comments on that resolution?
I did have one or two questions for any of the co-sponsors. I am in agreement that I think the best place for our children is in schools with their teachers and their peers, and I'm generally supportive of reopening schools. One of my questions on this resolution is that it's very broad, the final ask and the therefore be it resolved. We're just asking to reopen schools. And I think a lot of the conversation, given that in theory, elementary and middle schools are opening, what is it that we're really asking? So what is it that we think in-school learning should look like? And I'd love for us to have a little conversation to provide some more guidance around what it is that we're asking. So is there more detail around what what the co-sponsors are asking for as a reopening in terms of number of days a week? Are they asking for 5 days of in-person learning with full class sizes? I'm just trying to get a sense of what are the parameters or guardrails that balance safety with reopening schools, which I think is the target.
Any co-sponsors, anything from the co-sponsors?
As I've already said, I think the resolution speaks for itself. We're not designing policy, and the fact of the matter is the science that we have coming in is constantly changing. The announcements from the DOE is constantly changing, like with the middle, since the time I wrote this resolution, and today the announcement about middle schools has been made. The resolution is to stand behind reopening our schools. We can open them much, much more than they are. The specifics of it will not be decided by CEC2. It will be decided and implemented by the DOE. This is a statement in support of reopening our schools.
Yeah, and I just wanted to add also that we have teachers that are being vaccinated now. I think there's science that's out there that says the transmission, there's really isn't really a transmission path from young children to adults. At least that's the science that I've seen. And I think that we should try to get as fully reopened as we can. I think a lot of our schools have lost significant number of students. They're continuing to hemorrhage students in our district. And until we can get people back in school and restore as much normalcy as possible, we're going to continue to hemorrhage students. And that should be our goal.
I have a quick question for Kelly, which is just to find out if there was any kind of special mechanism that you know of that was put forward for teachers to sign up for vaccinations, or if they were just lumped in with everybody else in terms of trying to get spots.
The teachers were placed into the state category 1B, I think it is. So they are now eligible. Everybody who works in schools is now eligible for the vaccination. On Monday morning, we had a meeting with the chancellor. He announced this and shared this information with us right before it was shared publicly. And in that announcement, he shared that the city was going to be expanding vaccinations for in-person teachers and staff. He said that there would be more to come in regard to that, but the message was pretty clear that there was going to be increased access for those people who are working in schools. And so he shared that more was coming, but there are a lot of people who are excited about that.
So, I mean, I love that. It's just that starting on Sunday morning, anyone who is immunocompromised or had cancer is also going to soon become eligible, in addition to everyone who's 65 and older. And so there's a lot of people having real difficulty in getting spots because the city hasn't actually increased its, and this is no fault of anyone in the city or in New York State. We're only getting about 125,000 doses a week. And so I just wanted to know if there was anything set up for our teachers to be able to have a streamlined and easier access to get those vaccines, because that has been one of the major sticking points to this whole rollout. Because as much as they're going to have prioritized access, not only is it either 3 or 4 weeks in between doses, you're not actually fully immunized and protected for another 2 weeks at least after your second dose. So for any teachers that are only just getting their first vaccine, they're not truly going to be safe for about another 6 weeks. So I just wanted to, to the extent you and Marisol or anybody else has the power to help streamline and prioritize our teachers from getting access to those vaccines, I think that would very much be appreciated by our teachers if it doesn't happen already. I'm just unaware, which is why I'm asking.
Yeah, Ushma, I asked the chancellor at the last CPAC meeting about this vaccinations. I don't understand why we can't send teams out to every school and get teachers vaccinated. What I really like to know is what percentage, I don't know if Kelly has the answer to this, but what percentage of teachers and staff are actually vaccinated so far? Do we have any idea?
Well, I can answer the first part of that. The 2 vaccines that are currently approved need to be stored at -80. So you can't do that on a mobile basis. So you have to do that at facilities that can store the vaccine vials in a very special kind of a freezer. Once the J&J vaccine gets approved, which fingers crossed it should, that can get stored in a normal fridge, and that will be much more amenable to mobile vaccination.
And the second part.
I can't speak to the percentage of teachers and staff that are vaccinated. My data are just anecdotal, which is that teachers or principals that I'm speaking with are rearranging schedules. They are hiring additional substitutes and covering classes themselves, because we're hearing a lot about teachers getting vaccinated. I listen to the news like everybody else, and so I know that there's a supply problem that is being worked on, that everybody is excited to see change and for that to flow. But I will say that just to mention again in regards to the message from the chancellor that we received on Monday, I think more information is coming. There was a point earlier in the pandemic when teachers and staff had access to testing that other folks didn't necessarily have. And so I'm not sure if that's the plan, something like that, but we're supposed to learn more soon.
Kelly, I don't want to put you on the spot again. I don't want to milk this issue any longer, but is there any way that within the next couple of weeks, we can get any sort of data from you about what the percentage of District 2 Department of Education employees are that have been vaccinated, either on a school by school basis or or anything?
HIPAA violation. They'd never
Anyone can't give that information out?
They'd never be able to report it. They'd never
Even
get
anonymously?
access to it.
All right. It's sad that we just can't get general numbers.
Okay, so we have a great deal of uncertainty there.
Can I?
Ed, I do want to just reiterate one more time and ask the co-sponsors if they could clarify for me. The final therefore be it resolved says that CEC 2 implores the mayor and the DOE to fully open schools for all students. As I asked before, I am in support of providing an in-person option for students into high school now, but I'm uncomfortable with the language around fully reopening schools without having an explanation, because I am cognizant of the balance that we need to strike between health and safety, teacher concerns, and providing an in-person option. So I'm just hoping that someone could clarify what it means to fully open schools for all students.
Okay, hearing no further comment.
I
Sarah?
actually have a comment too.
Yes, Sheena?
So I think I can safely say that this is one thing that we can all agree on. It's to reopen our schools. There is nothing that replaces in-person learning in school, in person with teachers, with their friends, and the opportunities that presents for all students. So that's not up for debate. We all want schools to open. My trouble with this resolution is that the debate is really largely about how and when to open the schools. And there are a lot of parents out there, historically marginalized population, who are fearful, rightfully, of putting themselves in danger by sending their kids to schools, even if the DOE says it's safe, because we all know what the city and the DOE have not done. They've done nothing to make us safe since the last year. Everything they've done has been, frankly, a botched job. They're making decisions on the fly. They're making decisions on non-science based whatever. Given that, and given the historical content that the system has treated some of our fellow students and families, I know that there are families who don't want to send their kids back into schools. And I think that's the issue that I would love for us to address. How do we open schools so that we are actually ensuring the safety of the historically marginalized students? And that's something that we really should be thinking about. And there are a lot of parent leaders out there who are actually working on this right now, but their voices are not being heard. So I just wanted to put out there, the debate is not over whether we should be opening schools or not. The debate is really how, and how do we make it so that everyone feels safe going back into the school buildings?
I don't think it's that complicated initially, because you have middle schools that are planning to be open, and you have those who want to opt out can opt out and continue with remote. We were stuck last March, keeping schools open too late. And members of this council, like Eric, were fighting hard to delay our letter to the mayor, to the chancellor, to close schools. And now this is deja vu. Now, when it's the time to start saying, let's open schools, you want to discuss targets, how we should reopen. Give parents their options. If they want to if they want to stay remote because of various issues, they have people at risk at home, and let them, stay remote. But I think for many people, it's just been an awful experience remote. I've heard that as the remote education chair. It's too many students suffering. I spoke with a children's counselor just last week, and her business is booming, which is the saddest thing ever. And I think one of the solutions, let those who want to go back to school, and those who can, or those who are at risk, let them, have the opportunity to stay remote, and then we'll discover again what's the better policy, for September.
I do just want to
move
jump
on.
in. I know that there were 2 hands that were raised, and we see you. There's going to be a second public session, so we would urge you. Ushma still has her sign up. There is a small link if you sign up there, or at cecd2.net. You can request to be a speaker. So please don't think that we're ignoring you. This is just a council dialogue right now.
Yeah, and again, Ben, just to respond to your comment, I just want to be clear on what I'm voting for, because I do believe schools should be reopening. I'm pleased that elementary schools are reopening and that middle schools are reopening, and I'm hopeful that high schools will as well. It's just there's a number of items in the whereas that I don't agree with or believe, and this very vague therefore about fully reopening schools is just misleading to me. I mean, if we had said reopen schools in the same manner before they were closed on November 11th, that just makes me more comfortable that, we're going back to a set of guidelines that we were managing with, or we could be looking to add to that. So, I've been uncomfortable with the fact that there was no remote, there was no in-person learning when schools were open at the high school level. I'd like to see that change. I'd like to see us maximize the number of days that kids could be in school where possible. But I just think it's, this fully piece, I feel like, we're wading into something that I'm not so comfortable with.
Yeah, I agree with Eric. I think the whereas clause is rather vague, and I agree with Shino that there are families with no health insurance, and we have to think about that and the fears that they have. If their children become ill, how are they going to care for them and so forth? So, any further questions on this resolution?
I just have one comment, just to Shino's comment. Tomorrow she brings up a good point as far as I know students in temporary housing. Iris was telling us how fearful the parents are of sending their students back into the school environment for, a number of reasons, mental health being one of them. I hope that's something that maybe we can talk about tomorrow to maybe encourage these students to have at least, or these parents to at least have the information at hand. Similar to the way that vaccination program information is being, distributed. Maybe we could talk about that tomorrow.
I also think that it would really be great to flesh out just in terms of building trust. Like there's obviously for certain communities a huge lack of trust and lack of information that is happening. And I wish that at the bottom of this, it had said, that there is work to be done in building a trust back. And how do we do that? I also think that, I know that many schools have done something where they reserve certain days for populations like students in temporary housing or students with disabilities who might need extra help. If they're having like an alternating day scenario, I would love to have that as a recommendation that principals look towards having one day set aside, because again, yes, everyone wants it to be 5 days a week all the time and with full teachers. I think that's one part of the hard thing that my own son had is that he thought he was going to school, and then really it was a lot of remote school in the school building. And so, I just think we have to start talking about also like the pressure that's on principals, to hire, they don't actually have the teachers to be able to offer it. There's like, and so, yeah, I just think it is a lot of nuance there.
Great, thank you, Emily. Now, for the resolution to provide lottery numbers for 2021 admission cycle. On the resolution.
And that's my resolution as well. But before we move on, I'll just wrap up by saying that the resolution on opening schools does provide for remote learning for families that want it. And the simple reality is that there are states all across this country where children have been in school 5 days a week and doing extremely well, that frankly have better rates in terms of COVID deaths than New York State. So, one of the best ways to alleviate anyone's fear of any color is to show them that something can be done safely. And so as more and more kids go back to school full time, people can see that it's safe and return to school. With regard to the lottery number, it's simple transparency. There's no reason under the sun why parents should not be able to know their lottery number since we're moving to a full lottery system. If you're in the top 10th percentile of the lottery numbers, whatever those numbers are, whether they're hexadecimals or some other kind of number that the DOE enrollment office chooses to use, you'll know you're in a very different position than if you're in the bottom 10th percentile. And there's no excuse not to give parents that information. Not only is there just no excuse not to do it, but it's also, you're talking about parents' fear or anxiety as if that's should motivate policy more than science. And I think the reality is concerns about transparency and honesty and whether or not the DOE is, conducting a fair process falls into that category of a legitimate concern that we should acknowledge, apart from the fact that there's no credible reason offered by the DOE as to why parents can't have their lottery number. The only reason that I've heard is that we're not smart enough to understand their numbers, which is insulting and not true. So I think the DOE should certainly give us our lottery numbers.
I have a question about this. Now, if this lottery system is designed to promote integration, isn't this resolution a way for, say, privileged families, shrewd families to sort of figure out what this lottery number is and whether it's better than another, and maybe change it, or maybe make a choice so that segregation continues, so that they can put their kid in a school that maybe is all white, you see? So that's what I'm having trouble with here. I mean, it seems like they're introducing a system to try to get to the segregation problem and promote integration. And you're saying, no, we want to find out information so we can continue to do what we have been doing, which has resulted in segregated schools. Do you see my point there? Do you understand what I'm asking?
And I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about, because I don't think that you can change a lottery number that's been assigned by the DOE. So the premise of your comment makes no sense.
Well, I don't think it I think it makes some sense if you can understand it. I mean, if you get a number and you say, well, this number is really not a good number, and it's going to have my son or my daughter end up in a school that I don't want, with Black kids or Latino kids, and I don't want that, and maybe I'll go to a private school. I mean, maybe isn't it a way for you to figure out that, hey, this is going to result in integration. I don't want integration. I want segregation. And so I'm not happy with this. So let me get out of the public schools, maybe go to a private school, because my lottery number is going to result in my son being in an integrated school. Does that make it any clearer for you?
It still makes no sense, but I think you fail to understand the way the lottery system will work. Lottery numbers aren't assigned by race, Ed.
So how are they? Well, I didn't say they were, but there is some system. So what is your understanding of how they're assigned?
Well, shouldn't you be asking the DOE? That's the transparency I'm asking for. One of the things we're asking for is to know how they're going to assign numbers.
And why do you want?
I think it's very clear. Oh, sorry. I think it's very clear. If you have the information, certain families can make more choices with that information than others. That's not a value judgment for me on whether that information should be provided, but I think what Ed's saying is very clear. That information can be used in different ways based on your resources.
It's absolutely amazing to me that everyone here seems to always argue in favor of getting parents more information, as much information as possible, giving them as many choices. But on this particular issue, because people think that parents are racist, naturally racist, that they wouldn't want to think about sending their kids to school with, God, with African-American kids or Latino kids. Maybe it's more an issue. I don't want to send my child all the way across town, or maybe I don't want to send my child who's going to middle school, who might be starting in 6th grade, 8 miles away, or to another borough. I mean, it's amazing to me. We argue on one hand that we want people to have more information, but on this one, because we make these racial and virtue signaling judgments, that we don't want parents to know, because somehow we're going to interfere with the mechanism that is going to miraculously achieve this amazing equity that we're all after. A lottery number is a lottery number. It's pure luck. Some people are going to get lucky. Some people aren't going to get lucky. And quite frankly, if you end up in a school that happens to be crappy because either, and not because of the kids that are in it, but maybe because it's just a crappy school. All right. Maybe it's just terrible. Maybe the teachers are terrible. You have the option, I guess, of sending your child somewhere else. Maybe it's private school. A lot of parents have already done that. All right. So why wouldn't you want that option? I mean, it just seems to me you want more information rather than less, but we don't trust our parents in this district with that information.
I actually haven't heard anyone say they were. I'm going to vote for this resolution. I've just heard a little bit of a straw man in your comment. I think, the point Eric was making is that we give information to families. They'll see their lottery numbers. Some of them may choose to they may not like their lottery number and pick a school or opt out of public schools in New York City for the reasons Ed made, but maybe they're also going to do it for the reason, your points, that they're worried they're going to, not get an assignment they want. And they should do whatever they want with that number. I totally agree. Just like I wanted transparency around, what the grades were and how rubrics work. And this is totally consistent with that. And, and I'm going to vote in favor of it because I agree. And maybe we'll bring back one of our resolutions that got our transparency resolutions that got a bunch of extensions, and we could vote on that again, now that we all seem to be on the same page for transparency.
Just a quick clarification.
Ed, I have a question, Ed.
Schools, aren't we? There's still going to be zoned schools.
Yes, I think I just felt like, Len, you said a bunch of different things that I'm not sure. Like, I just want to make sure that parents aren't confused. Controlled choice, lottery, none of them are going to place you in a school in a different borough. All of them will have the option for a parent to put a zone school on their choice. All of our zone schools are quite large. If you put a zone school and it happens to be your bottom choice, most people will get that. It would be a very rare thing to not get your zone school, which should be relatively close to you, and or certainly within, you know, a subway stop or two. So I think that that can really scare parents.
Yeah, but Ed made a very simple statement before, and I'm pretty sure I heard it. And the
Well,
statement
it
was that people.
wasn't
Can I
simple.
finish, Ed? I'm sorry. Point of
Oh,
privilege.
no,
I mean, I'm
but don't
speaking.
misrepresent what
I'm
I
not going to
said.
misrepresent you.
It wasn't simple. I mean, Walt said it made absolutely no sense. So now you're saying.
Ed, you interrupted Len while he was speaking. He did
Well,
have
I
the
can
floor.
interrupt Len. Okay, I'm the president of this council.
Well, that doesn't make you a dictator, Ed. I'm sorry.
I'm not a dictator, but it's not so simple because she said it makes no sense. Okay, so tell me how my statement was simple. I was getting at the intention behind this resolution. Why do you want this information?
Ed,
that's what I'm
what
asking.
trying to get at is, I thought I heard you say that parents, if they have this information, might choose not to send their children to schools with high African American or Latino populations, as if there's. Did you not say that?
Yeah.
I thought I heard that. That's what I'm talking about.
That's
You're making a
absolutely- We all heard
statement that's why parents aren't going to send, because they have this information, and somehow if they're low on the lottery, those are the only schools that are left, that those are the options somehow. I mean, so I don't get it. I don't get it.
No, I said that's a distinct possibility. That's what I'm saying. It's a distinct possibility that this is why they want this information. You know, why is it that you want this information? And are you trying to defeat a goal that this plan is put in place to accomplish? That's what I'm asking. So why is it that you want this information? So that you can decide not to go far away from your home. Okay, that's valid. So that you can decide not to go to a school with a population that you don't like, or that you don't want your child to be in, maybe a violent population, maybe a homeless population. Is that why you want this? That's what I'm asking. Is that why you want this information?
So Ed, don't you think that parents deserve as much information as they can get to make informed choices?
Sure, absolutely, yes, absolutely. And
So
I didn't say I'm going to vote against this. I'm just trying to understand the animus behind the resolution and why it's being proposed. That's all. I mean, and I agree, you can ask for as much information as you want, and you should have it. And if you decide that, hey, you don't want this school and you want to get out of here because of the school, then that's your choice.
Maybe
and that's okay.
Okay, maybe I can answer that very simply. In the past, whether you like it or not, whether for whatever reason, there was a predictability to this process. There was a predictability, particularly among higher performing or higher achieving students, whereas you knew that if you had X grades or your child had X grades, that these were going to be your set choices. Maybe weren't going to get your top choice, but you had a predictability that you might not get one, but you probably were going to get two. If you didn't get two, you're going to get three, so on and so forth. And that gave an air of predictability. And that's how people plan in terms of their lives as parents. Like, okay, this is the way I envision my family. These are the school options. It's a predictability, right? I think anything that helps give parents some predictability, whether they happen to luck out and get the number one lottery spot, that's random, but it gives you a data point, a reference point. Whether they happen to just be terrible and get the worst lottery spot out of everyone drawn, that gives you another data point. So it's just, we've removed that predictability from the admissions process. And that's concerning to me because people don't want to stay in the city. People don't, not because they're racist, but because how do you plan your life when you have no expectation about where your child is going to end up? So either we have every single school in the city that is an amazing, perfect, fantastic school, whether or not it's 100% magnificently integrated, which would be a wonderful idea, but whether they're the most perfect schools, they're all equal, they are all deserving of everyone's praise and have the same level of teachers, that would be great. That would be amazing, but that's not the reality. And that's not going to change whether or not, how we jigger which students go there. So all I'm saying is, you remove that predictability. Let's give parents a little something that they can at least latch onto and have some predictability about where they stand in this process. So I think you want more information. That's all.
Hey, Len, I think we could agree on transparency, but I am not sure the piece about predictability that I just wanted to respond to that. The current process is not predictable. The future process will not be predictable. And if for a very small percentage of students, you thought it was predictable. I don't think it was for the majority of people. I agree with transparency, and I think parents should have information, and I plan to vote in favor of this resolution for that reason.
Okay, Ben wanted to say something.
Yeah, Ed, unlike you, I don't, you have one child in the DOE system, I have three.
Yeah.
For me, having the ability to take two of my daughters to a local school so I can take the third one to a different borough is important to me. And it has nothing to do with anything else besides the conveniency of being able to travel and take my kids to school and get them there on time. And the implication of wanting to know what the random number is so it can improve my odds to get them into a local school so something can be convenient. You know, the implication that you're implying that, you know, that I'm a racist or someone who wants to find out this information is racist, you know, it's hurtful. And we've seen a lot of this division, this type of language since June. And, you know, I was hoping we could get beyond this with the simple resolution of let's know a little bit of information about the
Can I just ask? Can I just ask? I'm just because you've mentioned it now, and Len has mentioned it about the interborough. Like, I just don't know where that's coming from. Right now, we have so many.
No, I take my daughter to another school outside of this borough.
Oh, okay. But you're not saying that because of either controlled choice or knowing what
No, had nothing to do with that. I'm just saying transparency, enabling someone to plan, to improve their odds of getting into a local school or zone school, you know, if you want to apply it that way. But, you know, that's what they're looking for. That's what
How would this improve their odds, Ben? I'm curious.
If you know you have a low number, then why not just put your first choice, the zone school, so you know you're going to get into that, because we don't know that every kid's going to get into a zone school if because of the way the system is set up.
Yeah, Ben, you don't harbor a racial animus and you're not racist. But what I'm saying is it possible for someone not Ben or not like you to look at these numbers or this information and not Ben, be a racist and say, well, you know, this is not good. He's going to end up in a majority Black school. Let me put him somewhere else. Is that a possibility? I'm not saying you or anyone else. Is that a possibility? Would you concede that?
Why is this always being looked through a lens of race? It just amazes me.
I'm just saying that we have a status quo and we're trying to progress and we're trying to, you know, we have a status quo, we have segregated schools, we're trying to make some progress. I just asked a question. Do you concede that, you know, even though you're not a racist, that someone else could harbor a racial animus and say, hey, I don't want that. And I'm going to use this information I have, okay, to modify my behavior so that the situation remains the same, so that the status quo remains the same. That's all I'm asking. So it's not very difficult, Maude, to understand.
Can I answer that? You asked me that.
Okay.
Ed, and that's why I brought it up at the last meeting when we started talking about controlled choice. See, how should I put it? I don't know what is going to transpire in this model with the lottery, and whether people have hate in their heart or don't have hate in their heart. I don't know that. But if you are of the belief that that is how the majority of D2 parents are, then let's just skip lotteries. Let's just skip controlled choice, limited choice. Just go to full decision-making by the DOE and just sort that way. If that's your belief and how people, well, I don't believe that. I believe that people are mostly good.
Ben, you're a parent, and I said you do not harbor a racist attitude. I just said that. So that's not my belief. I'm just asking a question about the animus behind this resolution. That's all I'm
By
asking.
extrapolation, are we arguing that every school with a majority white or Asian population in District 2 is racist, is filled with racist parents who decided to send their kids to those schools because those schools happen to have been majority white? I mean,
No,
it's
no,
isn't that what we're saying?
that doesn't follow. It follows that we have a segregated situation. That's what follows. It doesn't follow that they're racist. Okay.
So in an effort to bring some unity here, can we all agree that maybe the reason that the DOE is not disclosing the number is because they'll likely screw up the process, and then we'll find out that they did screw it up? I don't know.
That's one possible reason for sure.
Right.
But Edward, I would, could you clarify, you have talked about animus in the resolution a couple of times. Could you explain how you're seeing that? What in the resolution projects animus?
No, my understanding of the resolution is that a parent, say, would be afraid of getting a number that could result in his or her child going to a school that is predominantly minority and modifying his or her behavior to prevent that from happening and to continue the status quo or the segregation that we see in our district. That's all. And it might be, even though, you know, Ben would not be this way and he doesn't feel this way, and a lot of other parents, many parents would not feel this way. It might be that some parents would feel this way, would say, hey, I'm not going to that school. I'm not putting my son in that school because there are a lot of Latinos in that school or Blacks in that. When you concede that that's a possibility, I think Ben would concede that that's a possibility. And so I'm asking, what I'm asking is what's driving this resolution, that concern to continue not to do anything about the problem that we have in this district. That's all I'm asking.
I'm going to just jump in and say that it's 9:15. We've got a ton of resolutions.
Right.
So I just, unless there are more like substantive talks.
Yes, I had one question for Kelly McGuire. Superintendent Kelly McGuire, welcome aboard. I enjoyed our discussion the other day. I just had a question that maybe you could help find out the answer to. We had a middle school information session that DOE presented the end of January. And in their presentation, they discussed high demand schools, middle demand schools, and low demand schools, and they had a formula for that. And that based upon their formula, you could determine which school that you're applying to is high demand, middle, or low demand. I was wondering if there's a list, a sorted list of what high demand is, middle demand is, and low demand, how are these schools sorted? And if we could have that we could present it to parents. So when they make their decisions now that they have till February 23rd or 24th, that they can use that based upon the middle school presentation. If they could, if we could provide that to parents so they can be more informed with their odds. And if somehow this resolution goes forward and we get more transparency, that would help. Thank you.
And I want to answer your last question because it never occurred to me. I can tell you, as a co-sponsor of this resolution, it never once occurred to me while I was thinking about this that, oh, if I know a lottery number, I'm going to say, hey, I got that lottery number. I don't want to send my child to a school that has a high African-American population. Or I don't want to send my child to a school that has a high Latino population, a high Asian population, a high white population. It never even occurred to me. So, I mean, maybe that answers your question. So at least in my case, I can tell you that wasn't even on my radar until you brought it up. But that doesn't negate the fact that, again, giving people information, now what they choose to do with that information, how they choose to act on that information, we can't police people's morals or their ideals, but that's up to them. But I always err on the side of thinking that parents should have more information rather than less.
All right. Thanks so much, Len. I'd love to just again, being mindful of people's time.
Okay, we'll move to the next resolution, Emily. Calling for amnesty. Go right
Okay.
ahead.
So luckily, Luke Wolf from the Controller's Office gave us all a really brief overview. So that's essentially it. Schools are funded by the Fair Student Funding, which is tied to the number of students in the school. If a school loses students before October 31st, then the school will end up owing money. The budget is made in May of each year based on the projection. Sometimes the schools miss the projection. Sometimes they overestimate, sometimes they underestimate. This is something that happens every year, except this year is the pandemic year, and a lot of schools lost a lot of students, more so than usual. At the same time, schools need more resources to meet the needs of the students. So what we're asking for is amnesty, so that schools are not required to pay back the money that they owe resulting from loss of students. So that's essentially it. Actually, I should mention that this kind of amnesty was given once before in 2013, I believe. So it's not something that the city has never done. This is something that we're asking the city to do again, given the situation that we find ourselves in.
I actually find this resolution to be the most unequitable resolution I've ever seen from District 2, and hurtful to families who are in the Bronx, who are in Brooklyn. Manhattan had the most families that I know leave District 2. So I really hate the fact that that schools in District 2 are losing money. But for families that stayed in New York, and stayed in the Bronx at higher percentages, that stayed in Brooklyn at higher percentages, are who are suffering more so, are going to now going to try to fund District 2 schools for kids who have left District 2. We're saying, please let us keep the money, even though 100, 200 families left, and then there are kids in Brooklyn and Bronx that, and we're saying, you know, as a percentage, you know, screw you. This is awful legislation, and I'm shocked that we would do this to families who stayed in New York. We should cheer. We should benefit and reward families who stayed in New York. And if we're going to pay back District 2 schools for the families who've left, then shame on you. And this I find disappointing.
How it works. That's really not how that works. Schools that didn't lose students won't be paying anything, right? So the budget for all the schools are set in usually around June. Usually we do this budget dance of giving money from schools that lose students to schools that gain students to equalize. So the whole pie is already the same size, and District 2 schools losing this money doesn't necessarily send more money to schools in the Bronx.
Yes, it is. They're called simple ratios. It's a money per student. So money per student, when you have fewer students, the ratio of the amount per student shoots up, balloons.
No,
and so that's what we're doing.
Stays the same.
You're not understanding the nuance. You still have the same amount of money. You have fewer students. The amount per student is a lot larger. And that's what you want. You're giving D2 a huge benefit. You're saying, we're going to have a lot fewer students, but we want you to keep the same pie. And while while in the Bronx, they have a lot more students who did not leave, the amount stays the same. That ratio compared to the ratio in D2 is now much different, and it's completely inequitable.
I have to say, I agree with Ben.
Doing a disservice.
Go ahead, but what I was saying is I agree with Ben.
Order. I'm just going to call order, please. Okay. I'm just sorry. I'm just going to jump in here. Maud, did you want to say something specifically?
Yes, I did. Thank you, Emily. I have to say I agree with Ben, and I think he's making an incredibly important point, and you don't even have to leave our borough to talk about the inequity that Ben's talking about, because you can see it just within Manhattan. The reality is the way fair student funding works is that the money goes with the student, and all students don't receive the same amount of money. We recognize that that in and of itself would be inequitable. So we give additional monies to students who are English language learners or students who have IEPs. The reason we instituted fair student funding is to make things more fair, more equitable. And this amnesty proposal is regressive because it does exactly what Ben says it does, which is skyrockets the per student funding of schools that lost the most kids. And schools that lost the most kids are in the wealthiest zip codes. In our district, PS 234 lost the most kids. They lost 26% of their enrollment. That's a school that has an 8.6 poverty rate, the free and reduced lunch. It's a very low rate. PS 89, also downtown, lost 23%. And that school has a 5.3% enrollment. Those two schools together will get to keep $5.3 million for kids who left, while schools that had the majority of their kids stay here will not see an increase in per pupil funding anywhere near that. So I think, we can and should ask for money for our schools and for our students, but I think we should do so in a way that takes into account enrollment, because we have to give more money to the kids, to the schools that have more kids because fewer kids left. Okay. That's not hard to do. It's a formula. And this amnesty proposal really just chooses to ignore the fact that it's the richest schools in the district that had the highest register loss, the highest number of kids who left, that are going to benefit the most. And I think for a council that constantly talks about equity, I can't believe that this council is ignoring that simple math.
Okay.
So could I comment quickly on the math, just on the math piece? Obviously, fair student funding is prospective. So Ben, the comments you just made are what gets taken into effect and into account next year, right? Because the money is given prior to the school year. So yes, the mechanism to ensure that the funding goes with the students happens in the upcoming school year. I think the issue here is that given we had COVID and an unforeseen situation, should that cost be borne by the individual schools, or should that cost be borne by the district at large? Anytime there is an unforeseen event, I don't think individual schools have the financial flexibility in the middle of a school year, right, to give back significant funding. So what I think this proposal says is that schools should be held harmless for events that were outside of their control. Of course, 100% the school funding would change for next year when maybe there will be more predictability. But in this current school year, a school principal had no understanding or control to estimate their register. When the register did not come in, they'd already spent that money on classroom teachers, on dealing with the impact of COVID, and providing for students. And what we asked for to return that and to saddle those schools for year after year to return that money when it was beyond their control. So I think the question is, who should bear the responsibility for this? Should it be the individual school or the system? And for me, it should be the system, because they have the financial flexibility to manage that money, whereas an individual school, it will cripple that school for years to come. Next year, yes, give that school the funding based on its students. But this year, you're going to ask the school to give back money that's already been spent. And then what's going to happen the year after that and the year after that? So that's the way that I see it and frame it, unfortunately, based on the fiscal structure that's in place.
Okay, is there somebody else who wants to, Ushma?
So this might be a naive perspective, so please someone enlighten me. What I don't understand is that the fair student funding goes largely for paying teachers. And so to the extent that then you ask the schools to give back money, even though this year we've needed more teachers than ever to manage in-person and remote cohorts. And we've had to spend so much more money getting substitute teachers. And then we would think about reducing their ability to retain those teachers next year. Doesn't that then set up that school to not be able to rebound and re-enroll more students in the next year? I mean, is this a naive take that we end up setting up that school for failure in the next year if we don't have some amount of understanding that a pandemic happened and that the schools and Manhattan shrunk? Like,
Gino, did you want to answer that directly, or is
Well, I don't really know how the DOE is going to do budgeting next year, because enrollment projection for next school year, it's going to be anybody's guess, right? We don't even have a firm grasp on how many students are registered in some schools. I think we might be having thousands of missing students right now. So I don't know what is going to happen next year, but we're going to have to come up with some kind of enrollment projection for next school year and base the next year's budget on that. But this amnesty is about this year's fiscal budget, right? Schools paid for teachers already. If your school owes $600,000, that's an equivalent of 6 teachers you're going to have to do something about. I don't even know if you can access a teacher in the middle of a school year. And accessing a teacher doesn't save the system any money, because that teacher will still be paid. It's going to be paid by Central.
I can just talk to that a little bit, just because actually in my school a few years ago, we had this issue where we had predicted our enrollment, and we did have to give money, and it was enough that it was the cost of a teacher. And we did have to collapse a class. At the time, it was my daughter's second grade class. And it went from 4 cohorts to 3 cohorts. It was definitely didn't go over that well with the school families. But in addition, the only way the principal was able to do it was, it just so happened that one of the teachers in that grade was having on maternity leave. So there was a lot of reshuffling. Right now, principals are already doing a lot of work on things like reshuffling, making sure classrooms fit. It's just, it is such an undue burden for them to, on top of all the rethinking that they're doing, even just rethinking about, like, I mean, I know our school is rethinking, how can we add some more in-person days? How could we do that given the numbers that we're giving? To then have them do mental math and budget math on how to do this, I think it's unconscionable, frankly.
I think that was the point that I was trying to make, was how do our schools manage to succeed if we're taking away their teachers?
Right. So, I mean,
that's just to add on to your question, Ushma, I don't understand when this takes. Are we saying it mid-year we're getting rid of teachers, or the following year?
Schools give back money twice a year, every year.
Twice a year. So how do we give back money that they've already spent without?
Good question.
Yeah.
I mean, most schools with a sizable debt will go into a repayment plan over several years, right? Because you don't a lot of schools set aside money expecting some level of student loss. Register loss is the official term. So schools can repay whatever they owe, but this is at the scale that I don't think any school can actually set aside. No school went into this school year setting aside $200,000 in buffer. I can guarantee that. So then they're going to have to go into a multiple repayment plan, which means every year moving forward, they're going to have less money than their budget allows, because they have to set aside a certain amount of money, which could mean that they're going to have to hire fewer teachers or excess teacher next school year. So the action now will have long-lasting consequences. And just to address the equity issue, I have shared this with other districts. And believe it or not, there are districts in Brooklyn, central Brooklyn, and in the Bronx that are in support of this resolution, because even in those communities, there are schools that lose students for whatever reason. And this amnesty would protect those schools as well. It's not just a privileged position.
Okay, are there any other final comments? Because I would love to move this along. It's 9:30. Great, let's go. I think we have 2 more, do we, Ed?
The dual language, French dual language.
French dual language.
Yeah, that's Maud. Maud, is it?
I will say that the resolution in support of District 2 French dual language program at PS 290 refers specifically to the school that was furthest along in the conversation about hosting this French dual language program. However, I would like to pay my compliments to the group of parents who have been so incredibly diligent in trying to work with the DOE to create the continuation of the successful UPK dual language program, in that they've been endlessly flexible about where the program goes, even outside of District 2. They have looked and been willing to collaborate and willing to have conversations about any number of schools. PS 290 happens to be the school with the 4th biggest register loss in District 2, behind PS 234, PS 89, and PS 41. All downtown schools, and on the Upper East Side, PS 290 is the school with the highest enrollment drop, the largest enrollment drop, I should say. But the issue is not the actual school. The issue is the continuation of a successful program. And I will say it's sort of funny to be discussing this resolution on the heels of a discussion about what in the world are we going to do for schools that have lost so many students that they have to give back money? Well, one of the solutions is to have programs that attract an extraordinary number of interested families, which this program did and continues to do. In addition to the 2 successful classes of UPK students, there was a long wait list that never cleared. Parents were still waiting to transfer into the UPK program if a seat became available up until right now. So clearly, if we were to listen to parents and hear what they wanted and respect this very diverse, thoughtful, and engaged group of parents, we could take care of the register loss in no time. There was a parent at the beginning of the first public speaking session, I believe it was James Thompson, who said, and I don't want to misquote him terribly, but he said that families value education. And it seems to him that the DOE doesn't value family input in what they're asking for and what they're looking for in schools. And the way in which this group of parents has been not supported and not dealt with in a forthright way is a perfect example of that. There is no reason, even in a regular year, not to continue such a successful program, but it's mind-boggling in this year when we are hemorrhaging students and facing financial difficulty because of that hemorrhaging, that we wouldn't take this diverse, dedicated, supportive group of parents, listen to them, acknowledge what they're asking for, which is very reasonable, and which, by the way, is something the Chancellor talks about constantly, the need to support heritage language with dual language programs. So considering that, with, I guess, the small carve out of District 2, these are the sort of programs that have been supported by the DOE under this administration. It really is a no-brainer to pass this resolution, as we passed previously a resolution in support of a French dual language program and continue to support these parents.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow that up really briefly and just say that, Maud is right. I mean, we are hemorrhaging students, and we should be trying to think of things that we can do to encourage people to stay not in our city. Now, when you have a bunch of parents that have been very active and that have coalesced around this idea, I think that's a noble idea. And that's why I think we have schools that coalesce around different ideas as well, whether it's a performing arts school, whether it's a vocational school, and we should encourage this type of a choice and these options for our students. And I think it's great. And I remember that we all voted, I think it was unanimous from what I remember, when we were downtown, and we voted in support of this in the past, or in support of the dual language program.
I would like to add to Stefan Lautner and to all the other French parents who worked so hard to get this program. And then when I found out from them how, I wasn't on the call, but how they found out how this ended, it was heartbreaking. And to hear all the parents at last month's meeting and again this month, it just, you know, as a parent myself, and you know, I just feel for what just transpired, and it's awful. And you know, I wish I could apologize on behalf of the DOE, because, you know, it's just, you deserve better. Parents deserve better. And we deserve rich, culturally strong education. And what transpired was completely culturally irresponsive. And I think we should acknowledge that. So thank you.
I'd like to add on, and it's a shame that this point keeps on being made, and it comes out of a point of ignorance, that it is an equity issue. Speakers come on and say this, you know, this doesn't support Black or Hispanic children. 44% of French speakers are in sub-Saharan Africa. Having a French dual language program encourages integration and encourages our children to be global citizens. To say that having a French dual language program undermines Black and Hispanic children is wildly off base and ignorant. In fact, by only having private dual language French schools, it hurts these same Black and Hispanic children. I have friends in French-speaking Benin, friends in French-speaking Eritrea. Before our council, we had a French speaker from Senegal who came and spoke to the equity involved in this. And the fact that it keeps on being repeated in meetings that this is a white-only program somehow, and it's unequitable to have this program, is really disheartening, because it goes against everything that these parents are trying to do.
Okay. Does anybody else have any questions? All right. So I think that takes us to one last resolution. Resolution for calling for fully funding our public schools. Chino?
Need I say more than the title? I will say a few words. So this fiscal year that we are in right now, we got the federal stimulus funding, and what the governor did is replace that funding with state funding. So he took away $750 million from the state contribution to education funding and plugged that hole using the 1.1 billion or so of the federal stimulus money, which really shouldn't be. The state should be obligated and required to pay its full share of the foundation aid funding to all schools in New York State, and use the federal stimulus money as additional money, supplemental money, not supplantation. So that's what the resolution calls for, is that the state fully fund us with the state money and add the stimulus funding as additional resources to all schools in New York State. In addition, understanding the fiscal constraint that the whole state is in, and we don't want to advocate for education funding at the expense of other important programming for the state funding, we are saying that there are revenue ideas presented by the state legislature that we should pursue. So we're saying fund us fully with the state funding, give us the stimulus money, and you can raise more money through these revenue bills. And we're not listing bills, we're just saying there are ways to raise more revenue for the state. So that's the resolution.
Great. Did anyone have any questions or wanted to speak on it or have thoughts? Going once, going twice. Excellent. I'm going to move on. We do have a second public session. I noticed there were a couple people. I know Catherine Kelleher. I don't know. Oh, good. Robin, sorry. Kelleher, sorry. Good. You got on the list. So Ushma, you want to kick us off?
Yes, both people who had their hands raised are on our list. So the speaker list as we have it right now includes Elka Samuel Smith, Paula Diaz Antonopoulos, Stefan Lautner, and Nadia Levy. So we'll start. I don't see
Elka,
Len.
you can
so-
unmute
Okay,
yourself.
there we go.
There you go.
Hello, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. I just wanted to support the resolution to fully fund New York City public schools. I believe it was entirely immoral for the state to retain the federal funding that was specifically allocated to supplement and not replace our existing funding. Meanwhile, our schools struggle to fund growing staff shortages, are unable to provide enough safe spaces or school buildings for all of our students to return to in-person learning, or to even provide mandatory IEP support services for most of our needy students. I would also hope in this big push to reopen schools that it is done in a safe and thoughtful way that considers how this pandemic or double pandemic has disproportionately affected and killed our Black and Brown community members more than anyone else. I will also continue to support and applaud every effort for these initiatives and resolutions that specifically advocate for equity and social justice. And I just wanted to thank the CEC members for taking bigger and bolder steps in this direction. Thank you in advance.
Thank you. I just want to, there are a couple of people who have their hand up. I just want to point to the square that says Ushma Neal. There should be two of them. There's a URL that you can sign up to speak, or you can go to cecd2.net and click on the sign up sheet to speak. If you could please do that, that would be great. Okay.
Okay, then that we have, it looks like Paula Diaz Antonopoulos Wolf.
Yes, thank you so much. I'm not able to do my video, so I'll just speak. As a former student of language and an educator and advocate in language development, I am really upset. And as a parent, as a formal dual language and bilingual teacher, which I'm not longer in the system, but I support language. I think that the Department of Education has made a big mistake, because if they were able to do this with the French program, they're going to do it with the Spanish program as well, and the Mandarin program, and it's just going to continue. I think that we have to understand the most important thing is that children come from different languages and they have some knowledge, they have prior knowledge that they can support the knowledge that they are learning, the new knowledge, and they're able to scaffold between languages. And how are we going to support these students if we're not able to motivate them to be able to understand that they are able to communicate their knowledge through different languages? New York City is a diverse city, and we have to understand, and we have to do something about this. Every household has a child that knows more than one language. I've taught in New York City, I've taught here in Manhattan, and my students, you know, I would see more than 80% of my students that I've taught had more than one language. And those, as a dual languages, again, and as a bilingual teacher, I took that language that they already knew, and I used that to be able to support the new language, which was English. And the amount of performance that they were performing even higher than anyone of, you know, some of the kids that only knew one language, was English. So we cannot underestimate the language acquisition. And thank you.
Okay, next we have Stefan Lautner.
Thank you. You know, I'm rarely speechless with comments of of what to say here, but I was very much less speechless by the words of support from the council on the resolution. Just to address some prior misconceptions, I think that were out there, and I think Tom made a good point of them. I mean, we say this again and again. 84 countries around the world use French as one of the languages that the country functions in. It's not an issue of race or creed. There's an email that was sent today to the president of the council from a family that is Mexican, Franco-Mexican actually. So I hate to say, again and again, this is not, saying that it, what about the poor Black and Hispanic students? Fails to realize that there are Black and Hispanic students who are part of this program. So I'm really disheartened to hear something like that. With regards to funding, I mean, it's part of fair student funding. Teachers, classroom support materials, they're unchanged to the rest, and if not, it's supported by available grant money. And the parents of this program went above and beyond to secure grant money for the existing program, and will be behind the any continuation of the program. Past that, I can't keep on saying every month to correct misconceptions that people have, because that's what they have, that's what they want to believe. I can't continue to try to change that opinion if that's what someone holds in their heart. So I'll yield the floor in the rest of the time.
Okay, our next is going to be Nadia Levy.
Yes, I would also like to thank everyone on the council for their words of support. I'm very touched by just the support, and in light of the fact that we were feeling very slighted by the DOE, it's nice to hear that people understand our point of view. I also wanted to respond to those comments, although Stefan pretty much said it well, that yeah, it's not about diverting funds to one thing and taking it away from something else. In fact, I really do feel like the Francophone population, if we really pull from everyone in our area and neighboring areas, is extremely diverse. And I don't think we should assume it's different. I think a lot of this is just bias, or just maybe optics. And I think that also, and resources, I mean, Stefan said it also, there aren't really that many extra resources we're asking for here. And whatever books and resources are actually necessary for this program, we have ways of obtaining them that have worked for the pre-K program, where we haven't had to ask for extra funding, from we in the form of grants from Francophone governments and such things. So that's really all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Our next, it looks like Robin Kellner.
Kelleher.
But I can't find her.
She had her hand up earlier. Then on our list, then next are Megan Zipkin, Lilibeth Feliciano, Deborah Freeman, Nadia Priadko, Michael Markowitz, Chen Kwok, Matoko Shoboji, Josephine Ishmael, and Kaushik Das.
And Megan, you're unmuted.
Hi there, everybody. Thank you to all the council members. We're just going to split our 2 minutes. I just have a quick statement to say. We are the parents of a kindergartner in District 2. So we do have skin in the game, and we support controlled choice.
Hey all, I'm Dr. JD Zipkin. I'm a board certified pediatrician and internist. I have been involved with COVID as a frontline healthcare worker and clinical leader across the country, coast to coast, and testing, seeing sick patients, COVID vaccine rollout. The one point I really want to make here is that we should not be trying to determine public health on parents voting. Oh, even me voting. Public health should be determined by public health experts. And yes, there's a lot of times that we question it. I question it. We ought to be questioning it. That's okay. But when we start making policy based on, I'm sitting around a petition, or what like a straw poll says, we're doing it the wrong way. We can't point to anecdote as our guidance. We can't point to, well, there's no evidence that says X, Y, Z. Because my first question is, well, is there evidence that shows what you want either? And usually the answer is not really. So there are fundamental rules here that can help us blunt this pandemic and end this pandemic. And I'm confident that we will be shortly with more vaccine rollout. COVID's going to be around, but I think we can end the pandemic. But the bottom line is we should not be basing public health in our schools on anecdote and petitions. And if you want an anecdote, I could tell you held a limp baby with COVID on Christmas, right? But anecdote doesn't mean anything here. So please vote for public health experts to be making public health policy. Thank you.
Next, we have Lilibeth.
Hi, everybody. I just wanted to make one point. I was sitting here and listening to everything, and just to piggyback off the gentleman who just spoke, and I'm sorry if I don't remember your name in the medical profession, but when I hear statements like, we'll reopen schools and whoever wants to stay remote, let them stay remote. That it's as simple as, without coming off as ignorant, does come off as ignorant, and I will tell you why. And this is not a direct attack on anybody, but sitting here from someone who now buried their 6th family member 2 weeks ago. A family member that never left home, a family member that was accidentally exposed. When statements like that are made, there is a true disconnect that exists between the discussions that happen here to real life. Okay, so when you make a statement of keep your kid home, I would love to send my kid, but I don't trust the school right now. I don't trust that it's safe. I don't trust that my kid won't come home and give it to my mother, and then I'll bury her next instead of my 3 aunts. It's not as simple a statement as say, well, if you don't want to come back to school, keep your kid home. To me, the real conversations that need to happen and the real proposals that we should be spending hour-long conversations, which I'm happy to be a part of, is really implementing tangible things that as parents and as a community, based on health professionals, like the gentleman just said, based on facts that are going to adequately open our schools safely for everyone, regardless of color, race, poor, rich, doesn't matter to me. Those are the discussions that I would love to stay till 10 o'clock at night doing. We push for proposals, and I get that's part of it, but I'd like to spend these last few months that we have of the school year really discussing tangible, actionable, real things that are going to keep our community safe. And I'm confident that with our new superintendent, that hopefully we'll be able to do that. Thank you.
Next, I believe we have Deborah Freeman.
Hi, yes, this is Deborah Freeman. I'm speaking as a District 2 community member. My daughter attended the District 2 public schools, and I'm speaking in substance in support of the resolution to fully reopen pre-K through 12 schools, with the understanding that this be done safely and by fall 2021. I attended virtually a lot of the testimony that was given by a wide variety of groups on the new budget hearing, and it seemed that almost every group supporting education felt that it was critical to reopen the schools by fall 2021 on a live 5-day-a-week basis for all students, all schools. And I think with the vaccination rollout that should be fully feasible to do that in a way that is safe for all of our students. I was horrified to hear someone say in the CEC that there are potentially plans to not open high schools in the fall. I think that the learning loss that has happened by fall 2021, it will be 18 months since many of the kids have not been in school. And while I fully understand and agree that it's very, very important to do this in a safe manner, I think that there's every reason to believe that this should be possible to do in a safe manner by fall 2021. So I think there's a lot of concern by parents. There's a lot of concern by working parents, and particularly in the news, we've seen working women, how it has devastated women, but it has devastated children, particularly the Black and Brown community, but it has devastated all children and the special needs children. So I just think that I just want to implore the CEC to do this on behalf of children, on behalf of kids, and with the support of the scientific community. And thank you very much for your time and all the hard work that you're doing.
Okay, next we have Nadia. Oh, I'm sorry, Michael.
No, it's Nadia Priatko.
Oh, it is Nadia. I'm sorry. Okay, gotcha. Nadia, you can go.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I could not unmute for a second. Well, good evening. I don't want to take too much time. It is almost 10 o'clock. So just to touch on a few points after hearing the discussion, both from the council members and from the input from parents. So on the control choice for District 2 middle school, I still oppose it. I believe that in the pandemic, we should not make that choice to put long-term consequences. I think there is enough changes. On the fully reopened school resolution, I think that, you know, it has been a horrible pandemic and so many people lost loved ones. We are not setting public policy. We are putting a resolution in support of schools, and choices have been made. Our businesses have been reopened, but schools were chosen to be closed. We are just putting a support to where the priorities, in my opinion, should have been. We should have locked down. The schools should have been the last places to close, because the long-term consequence of having them closed is going to be felt for decades, frankly, both by the students, their parents. It's just mind-boggling that this has been a choice that we as a society have made, and we do not set the public health policy. We just state what should be the priority. I think that the fact that the resolution is general actually speaks to that. We are not prescribing a course of action. We are prescribing a direction per se. And so to me, that would be an important resolution to actually pass. I do agree that calling for amnesty is fair in the pandemic, and I absolutely hear that we should not take away the money from the schools that. Oh, sorry, time. I will cut it down. I addressed the two main ones that I wanted to address. Thank you and have a good night.
I think we have Robin has come back.
Thank you. Sorry, I had to put my children to sleep. I just wanted to speak briefly. I came here, you know, I believe we're all here for the same purpose, to work for the benefit of our children. And I'm just really disillusioned. I'm glad, Jennifer, that you're here tonight. I see a bunch of members on the CEC who are here to represent our children, and we're supposed to be coming together during this pandemic to come up with resolutions and brainstorm and work together. And I hear people calling one another racists. I see fingers being pointed. And what I don't understand is what happened to the hot issue of bullying being something that we were afraid of and disgusted by. It seems to me that the new hot button is racism. So we say everyone's racist. And in the process, we're bullying one another. And I'm so disillusioned, because I was considering running for the CEC, and I hear people working to come up with ideas for opening schools. I hear sponsors asking for transparency. And then I see faces, because the only faces that are not hidden right now are the faces of the CEC members. And I see people smirking. When Maud spoke, I saw Edward smirking, and it really upset me, because what happened to really worrying about our children and wanting them to be back in school, and worrying about public health, and worrying about mental health, and children who are falling to depression? What happened to the fear of suicide? And we went from worrying about gun violence in school to having parents fight and call each other racist, and not worry about kids who are falling behind and getting lost in the shuffle and might be considering suicide. We know that drug and alcohol use is on the rise, and here we are infighting. And I just ask us to get back on task, and let's fight to reopen schools. Like, it's not our job to figure out the policy. Let the DOE do that, but let's ask to have schools reopened. And yes, let's ask for all the information we can get from the DOE. Let's ask for transparency. And yes, let's give money to areas that need it. That's fine. I don't have much more to say, but let's just work together, and let's not call each other racist. It's really damaging and not helpful. Thank you.
Next is Michael Markowitz.
Hi, thanks. I'm back. I put in 2 questions because I thought I'd have to be away that could be read, but the gist of it, and I'm hearkening back to when I was on the CEC, is respecting parents' time. On tonight's call, there were about 100 attendees, give or take. Gang, plainly stated, there was a good hour tonight that should best be had over a beer and not on 100 parents' time. Please, thank you.
Chien Kwok.
Yes, hi, thank you. Some of you already may know me. I'm a parent and PTA co-president. I'm speaking for myself, trying to make it as quick. Got a few points. I oppose the controlled choice. I don't want anyone telling me where I can send my children to school. I support the full reopening of all schools and also providing transparency on the lottery numbers. As far as dual language resolution, you know, we have the whole language education backwards in New York City. It's very anti-science when scientists tell us that language acquisition is best at the youngest ages, not when they're in high school. That's too late. The efficacy of language learning in high school is terrible compared to when you do it start at a young age. So I don't understand why anybody is opposed to dual language programs in elementary school. I also oppose amnesty for lost enrollment. Funding should follow students and not teachers or buildings. It should go to the students wherever they go, wherever they decide to go get educated, because DOE has totally failed in its response to the COVID, whether they choose to go to another government school, a charter school, a religious school, a private school, or even the parents should be funded because they chose to homeschool. And a lot of parents are actually doing real homeschooling right now, even though taxpayers are paying the DOE to do that. And funding schools with fewer students robs from the students who have gone elsewhere. And the DOE budget has ballooned every year for the past 10 years, making the most costly per student school system in our country. The DOE needs to learn to become more efficient, effective, innovative, and competitive. Money is a scarce resource, even if the mayor tries to get a handout from the state and the federal government. It's high time the DOE properly manages its $34 billion budget. Thank you.
Patricia. Laura.
No, wait, hold on. The order is Motoko Shoboji, Josephine Ishman, and then going up to the top, Kaushik Das, Patricia Laria, and Isabel Wilnos.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I'm just going to call it right now. Those are the last names, okay? Just in deference to people's time.
Motoko, you're unmuted.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much, everyone, for working very hard, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I have a 4th grade and pre-K children, and I support fully reopening school, especially for a pre-K student with working parents. It has been really difficult, and she very much look forward to the day that she goes to school every week. And I also provide lottery numbers, and also support French dual language program. And lastly, I please vote no to controlled choice for middle schools at this time. It's maybe my fault because my English is not my first language, but I just did not understand how controlled choice works and why it is better for everybody. I don't think any one of my daughter's parents even know about it, and I can't even explain it to them. And also before voting on this matter, please do more outreach to all the parents, do workshop, engage parents so people understand and agree before making a drastic change. And parents, especially parents of young children like us, are having really difficult time right now. I am so lucky to have a full-time job, but I usually catch up with the work after kids go to sleep every night, sleeplessly. So it's really difficult for me to even attend these CEC meetings. And I know there are a lot of parents who can't come to this meeting because of that, especially the parents of young children. I really ask please to engage with busy parents better before voting, and let's work together. Thank you very much.
Okay, is it Josephine next?
Josephine, yes.
Yes, you're unmuted.
Hi, I'm the parent of a District 2 child and support controlled choice since my child's school is 3% Black. 3% is entirely unacceptable in any school in New York City in 2021. When CEC members talk about racism, this is what they're talking about, not necessarily accusing other CEC members, but just the totality of the situation. Racism is a form of bullying to the person who spoke earlier, and my daughter chose to be fully remote because of this year. Even private schools are doing better than we are. I'd also like to say that I support the resolution calling for amnesty for budget deficits in schools. The point of this resolution is to ask for amnesty for all schools, even though it will also benefit wealthy schools. Without amnesty, schools that raise large PTA funds will have some help paying back monies that were lost due to under-enrollment. However, schools that are unable to raise large sums of PTA funds will not have any opportunity to pay back these funds, further hurting their schools. The schools that raise the lowest PTA funds also have the highest numbers of students in temporary housing and need every last penny to support these students. While it's true that District 2 is a wealthy school district overall, we have schools that are Title I and 15 to 20% of their entire school population are students in temporary housing. Please keep these schools in mind. For this reason, I support amnesty on budget for all schools. Thank you.
Kashik Das. Mr. Das. Okay, let's, Patricia.
Laria.
Thank you. There you go.
Okay, hi. I'm a parent of a District 2 parent. I'm a parent of a child in District 2, and I would like to speak in favor of the resolution calling for amnesty for budget deficit. We're in a global pandemic, and this isn't going away anytime soon. You can't ask schools to get rid of teachers in order to repay this debt. We can't saddle schools with debt during this time. They need more resources, not less, to invest in staffing and technology. Plus, these schools need more funds to address learning loss and social emotional trauma suffered during the pandemic. The DOE did this, forgave all this debt back in 2013, so it's not unheard of. They've done it before. A lot of the resolutions I've heard tonight talked about the social emotional trauma our kids are suffering. So I'm in favor of the resolution to open the reopening of schools. And I'm also in favor of controlled choice and for more transparency. Thank you.
Is Kashik there? Because I see now you're unmuted.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'd like to address a few issues. First, regarding lottery numbers. Ed, your assumption that parents would naturally use this information for racial reasons, I think is ridiculous. As I pointed out before, I think families without means have every right to know this lottery number. They might choose to make a different financial decision, like choose to move out to New Jersey where taxes are lower and schools have failed students less than the DOE has. They also have every right to choose charter schools, parochial schools, which might require deposits. There are substantial parts of these people's budgets. They might choose to accept a scholarship at a private school. And these are all rights that every parent, every family should have. Person who spoke regarding public policy and health regarding opening schools, we're not circumventing that. This is just a proposal for exactly the people, for greater powers that be to look at this because this is important to parents. Of course, they should take these facts into consideration. Regarding controlled choice, aside from pointing out there's an oxymoron, is it controlled or is it choice? The math doesn't work. Let's just take FRL as an example. If a school, like one that my daughter just came from, has 45% FRL, how are you going to balance that versus schools that have low FRL students? It can't be done unless you're literally forcing people to be bused that don't want to be. To the person that mentioned that was appalled that her school was 3% Black, unfortunately in our district, the Black population just isn't that high. If I'm not mistaken, a CEC member some time ago pointed out there was only 5 or 6%. And yes, it varies greatly by geography because schools usually service the communities that they have. There are communities like the school my daughter just came from that had a high FRL population, for example. Sorry, I had more. A lot of it regarding District 15, a topic I would welcome to discuss with the current new superintendent.
Okay. And Isabel, Isabel? Sorry.
No problem. You're not the first one.
Can I have the pronunciation just so I know for future reference?
It's Wijnals. So I was actually going to say I'm half Dutch, half French. My husband is English and my daughter is American. You can see where this is going. I'm talking in favor of the dual language program. Languages in my family are clearly very important. And just to make it very clear, and I don't want to make this long, I'm the last one to speak, so I'll be very punchy. Every argument that we've been given by the DOE has been rebutted, if not by members of the council already, by people on this call and different parents. I'll summarize them in the most important ones that I can remember from the call that we had with the DOE, which was my first interaction with the DOE. And frankly, I was a bit surprised by the way they interacted with us already from that single call. Funding, number one, same for every student, regardless if it's a dual language or a regular program. Space, number two, New York needs students now. The fact that there is no space for this program is nonsense. Three, and a point that was specifically made by the DOE on the call, is that they want a program only to exist if it is originated organically by already existing students in a school, which frankly is, well, just not possible really, because the whole reason we would want to go to a school is for this program, and we would reallocate our children to go to that school for that particular reason. We need the support from this council to get this program going, because it is so abundantly clear that for whatever reason, the DOE does not want to push it through. We really just need your help. So thank you for your support. That's all.
As per suggestion, I have turned off my phone that was reflecting the second public speaking session. So Edward, I think that's it.
That's it. Thank you very much, Ushma. Great job. You too, Len. Great job. So now, why are you laughing?
I'm punchy. It's late.
Oh, okay.
It's all good. It's all good.
You think you did not do a good job, Len?
I did the best I could to the circumstances.
Okay. All right. So now we are voting on the resolutions, correct?
Yes.
Right. Was there a motion?
One question. Oh, sorry, Edward. Is there do we have an opportunity to share any further thoughts before the vote based on the second public session?
Sure.
Yeah, I only share this because I do want to share. I know there's a lot of parents who were here tonight in favor of the French dual language program, and I felt like I wanted to share with that community before my vote. Why I'll be voting no on that resolution. I didn't have a chance to share that earlier. I certainly support the idea of increased language acquisition and programming in the elementary school grades. And as someone pointed out, I think it's unfortunate that we don't provide that programming at the elementary level when language acquisition is so much easier. I do think that part of the education programming should be more language options. I think it is clear that currently our dual language programs, I believe, are intended for students whose home language is not English. And that is, where those resources have been provided. It hasn't been made clear to me that that is the intent or the demand of this program. But globally, I want to share really why I'm uncomfortable with moving forward today with this. And really, it's first and foremost that we never had a community discussion about need. And in our community, if there is space and opportunity to develop new programming, we should be having a robust planning and strategy conversation around what the demand is for programming in our district. And we never did that first step. We've heard tonight from other families who are focused on supporting an ASD Nest program. I know if there was conversation about other language programs, there may be other groups of parents to come out and put forth an interest in those programs. We never had that, and if tonight we're going to set aside space in a school for 6 years without having that conversation, I think we missed the first step of this process, which was having community engagement around need. And given that that was missed, I am not comfortable voting for the proposal at this time. I just want to add 2 other quick points. I really haven't heard from the PS290 community saying that they are ready and prepared to have a school within PS290 housed there. We haven't had much discussion around how that program would work at PS290. So I think those pieces really stand out to me, and I feel that one of the lessons that we're learning clearly is opening this pre-K program without a place for the students to matriculate afterwards was misguided. And I think we all kind of knew that at the time, that opening this pre-K program without having a place for it was going to set parents up for disappointment. And I think we should go back and revisit that. And I just wanted to share that, since many people come out tonight in support of it, and let you know why I'll be voting against it.
Thank you.
And I would like to address some of those concerns with regard to the French dual language program, even given the late hour.
Okay, go right ahead.
It is absolutely not accurate to say that the community hasn't had a robust conversation about dual language program. I'm in my 4th year on this CEC, and in the first term of serving on this CEC, I founded the Multilingual Language Committee of CEC2. Every meeting that I held that first year was not specifically French focused, although we always had French parents come and speak of their desire for French dual language programs, but we also had parents that were actively trying to expand the Chinese dual language program that we have in District 2, and Spanish-speaking parents as well sought to come. We even had parents from CEC3 coming looking to expand a Mandarin program on schools on the west side that are closer to CEC3, to District 3 rather, I should say. So the conversation in the community started. Eric, you didn't come to those meetings, and so you weren't necessarily involved in the conversations, but the parents who came advocated hard when Bonnie LeBoy was the superintendent. We've changed superintendents multiple times since then, but we've continued to meet with every superintendent. We've met with Jennifer Greenblatt. We have met with members of the DOE up and down the chain of command, if you will. At the meeting that this program, the UPK dual language program, was approved, Deputy Chancellor Josh Wallach was present, Executive Superintendent Marisol Rosales was present, our superintendent, as well as several members of the city MLL team. There have been robust conversations, and at that meeting, by the way, there were over 100 parents there. There was a childcare room to the side, and it was raining, and it was cold, and it was miserable, and all of these parents with strollers and young kids packed into this room to have a conversation. City Council member Ben Kalos was there as well. We went all the way up to a deputy chancellor level in terms of having conversations around how to accommodate the very express need. And many of these families, I don't know why the notion is that they're English speaking at home, because we have families that don't speak English at home at all, and some that have one parent who does, and some that have more than one language being spoken in the home. So that's one point. Then there was a second thing that I wanted to say. Oh, with regard to 290, Nadia Levy, who has been spearheading one of these efforts, is on the SLT of 290. They've been talking about it nonstop. Just because you haven't been in the conversation doesn't mean the community hasn't been discussing it. She is deeply involved with her community. She serves that community very well. And the principal of that school has been a very active participant in discussing how to fit that program into the school and waiting to get approval for that program. So I would just ask CEC members to remember that just because one individual isn't in a conversation doesn't mean robust community conversations aren't happening. They have been happening for years. And if all of us can think back to when we used to meet in person, French parents showed up again and again and again, and they are part of our community, and they have been organized, and they have been persistent, and they have been endlessly polite and thoughtful about their advocacy to suggest that that this very successful program should have never happened in the first place, that you can't support the continuation of the program, or that they quote unquote did it wrong, is just not the proper way to respond to their efforts and their advocacy. I'm most certainly going to continue to support this program.
Thank you very much, Mom. Thank you very much. Okay, anyone else? Any last
Yeah,
thought?
just to quickly add, just since I'm the PS290 liaison, yeah, I can say that the school does support it. But I know just from speaking to the families in support of the dual language program that, you know, even if PS290 didn't work out, you know, they would still obviously still want the program. And just on some other thoughts to the lottery language, resolution rather. Sorry, it's late. You know, a point was brought up during the break, during the public session, which did resonate with me, and saying that some people would leave the school district if they got a bad lottery number. So that would almost add to my fears that if I think maybe we should give out lottery numbers after it's chosen, but I'd hate to see more people leave our district. In fact, game the system because they got a bad number. So for that reason, I know, because I'm all for transparency, I'll be abstaining. I just want to explain that. Thank you.
Okay, maybe we should, a motion.
Can I make a motion that we vote on the 6 resolutions? That
I just wanted to
presented?
say something in regards to the reopening schools, because Lilibeth Feliciano kind of took a slight at me, and I understand her pain. She had 6 relatives that she's buried, or I assume they were relatives. I just buried my father last week, so I understand pain. I understand suffering, but I also understand that kids are suffering too, who are not going to school, who want to be in school, and I think we could do both. And just because I may not have 6 family relatives, but I do have 1, and I do care for people. And I think we can work together and have schools open and do it in the right way, and do it in a way that considers lots of people's needs of different backgrounds and different needs. But I think we could do both. And please, you know, that was a cheap shot. I understand pain here. New York City is suffering, and we're trying to get back. And I hope the best for your family going forward. But I do think, you know, kids need to be in school, that if they can go safely. But and I'm hoping the decisions by the DOE and by the mayor going forward will do the right thing and do it in an appropriate way. Thank you.
I just like to jump in, and I realized that Lilibeth, that your name was mentioned, and I just want to say that it is our policy that we do have a public session. So I just don't want you to know, like, you're being noticed, and we noticed that you want to say something, but our public sessions are closed. So thank you.
Do we have a, thank you, Emily, thank you. Do we have a second on the motion, Usha's motion?
Second.
Okay, fantastic. On the controlled choice for District 2 middle schools, Vincent, can you do a roll call vote, please?
Sure. So Robin Broshi,
How do you vote?
Make the motion,
Oh, right.
that you make a
So,
motion to approve a resolution rather than, you need to be more specific.
Yeah.
My
Okay.
apologies. I would like to make a motion to approve each of the resolutions one after another. Is that specific enough?
No,
You
I
have to
mean,
make a motion for each one separately. So
Let's do it separately, Ushma.
Okay, then can I please make a motion to approve the controlled choice for District 2 middle schools?
Second.
Second.
Okay.
Okay, roll call vote on that. Vincent.
okay, on the matter of the controlled choice resolution, Robin Broshi, how do you vote?
I don't know why all my lights just went off, but I vote yes.
Okay, Eric Goldberg, how do you vote on controlled choice?
Yes.
Emily Hallstrom, how do you vote on controlled choice?
Yes.
Vincent Hom, I'm going to vote no on controlled choice. Edward Irizarry, how do you vote on controlled choice?
Yes.
Maud Marin, how do you vote on controlled choice? Maud?
Sorry, Vincent, I was answering you with my computer on mute. No.
Okay. Benjamin Morden, how do you vote on controlled choice?
No.
Ushma Neal on controlled choice?
Yes.
Len Silverman on controlled choice?
No.
Shino Tanakawa on controlled choice?
yes.
Tom Rockledge on controlled choice?
Yes.
Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4. The resolution passes 7-4. Okay, so somebody has to make a motion to,
I'd like to make a motion to approve the resolution to fully open pre-K through 12 schools.
Second.
okay. All right, so Robin on reopening,
No.
Eric on reopening,
No.
Emily on reopening.
Yes.
I will vote yes on reopening. Edward on reopening.
Abstain.
Maud on reopening.
Yes.
Ben on reopening.
Yes.
Ushma on reopening.
Yes.
Len on reopening.
Yes.
Shino on reopening.
No.
And Tom on reopening.
Yes.
So that resolution passes 7-3 with 1 abstention.
I move to approve the resolution to provide lottery numbers for 2021 admission cycle.
Second.
Okay, Robin on lottery numbers.
Yes.
Eric on lottery
Yes.
numbers.
Yes.
Emily on lottery numbers.
Yes.
I'm voting yes on lottery numbers. Edward on lottery numbers.
I abstain on that resolution.
Okay, Maud on lottery numbers.
Yes.
Ben on lottery numbers.
Yes.
Ushma on lottery numbers.
Yes.
Lens on lottery numbers.
Yes.
Shino on lottery numbers.
Yes.
And Tom, lottery numbers.
Abstain.
Okay, so that passes 9-0 with 2 abstentions.
So unless somebody else wants to have some of the fun, I'm going to make a motion to approve the resolution calling for amnesty for the budget deficit.
Second.
Okay, Robin on amnesty.
Yes.
Eric on amnesty.
Yes.
Emily on amnesty.
Yes.
I'm going to vote yes on amnesty. Edward on amnesty.
Yes.
Maud on amnesty.
No.
I'm sorry, was that no?
That was a no.
Okay. Ben on amnesty.
No.
Ushma on amnesty.
Yes.
Len on amnesty.
Yes.
Shino on amnesty.
Yes.
And Tom on amnesty.
Yes.
So that resolution passes 9-2.
like to make a motion to approve the resolution in support of a District 2 French dual language program at PS 290 Manhattan New School.
Second.
Okay. Robin, on the dual language program.
No.
Eric, on the dual language program.
No.
Emily, on the dual language program.
I'm going to say no right now.
I am going to vote yes on the dual language program. Eric, Edward, on the dual language program.
Vote yes.
Maud, on the dual
Yeah.
language. Ben, on dual language.
Yes.
Ushma, on dual language.
Yes.
Len, on dual language.
Yes.
Chino, on dual language.
No.
And Tom, on dual language.
Yes.
So that resolution passes 7-4.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the resolution calling for fully funding our public schools.
Tom, are you gonna
Oh,
second?
yeah, second. Sorry, I forgot his name.
Okay, Robin.
Yes.
Eric, on fully funding.
Yes.
Emily, on fully funding.
Yes.
I'm gonna vote yes on that. Edward, on fully funding.
Yes, yes.
Maud,
Yes.
Ben,
Abstain.
okay. Ushma, on
Yes.
fully funding, yes. Len, on fully funding.
Yes.
Shino, on fully funding.
Yes.
And Tom, on fully funding.
Yes.
Okay, that resolution passes 10-0 with 1 abstention. And that closes out the voting on the 6 resolutions.
Great. Do we have a motion for the approval of the minutes?
Yes. Motion for that.
Second.
Okay, can you do a
Oh,
roll call vote?
We don't have to do a roll call. We can just do
Yeah.
all in favor.
Actually, I just wanted, I'll send in, I think there was one typo in there. Sorry, I didn't send it sooner. I think actually it relates to one of your votes, Ben, so you may want to take a look. I think it says on one of the resolutions it was unanimous, but then it's listed that Ben voted no on it, I think. I'm not sure which is right, but Ben, you might want to take a look at the minutes.
Okay.
So I guess we'll table this? Is
No,
that-
we can still vote to approve it with
Provisionally, yeah.
Eric's
Correction.
proposed amendment.
All
Proposed
in
change,
favor?
not an amendment, change, correction.
All in favor? Aye.
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 Okay.
Ayes have it.
Any opposed?
You opposed?
Okay. All right, so it's 11-0 with corrections on Ben's vote, if necessary. Okay,
We have new business. I am appointing Eric Goldberg, the chairperson of the Zoning and Capital Planning Committee. Any further new business? Anyone? We will adjourn for 5 minutes.
Oh, hey,
We have to make a motion and
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
can we make it 3 minutes, Ed?
2 minutes, you can stay right here.
and then
I
someone has to
second the
it,
motion.
And we have to all in
Do that.
favor.
Yeah,
Okay,
I second the
All in
motion.
favor?
Aye.
all right,
come back in 2 minutes.
all right. 10:36.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much,
Was
Kelly,
it fun, Kelly?
lasting
Your
this long.
first one?
I just have to remember to carbo load next time.
I think we should have camera off for eating, for sure.
Great. Thanks so much.
Good night, Kelly.
Bye.
Good night, Kelly.
Okay, Emily, you're gonna chair this meeting, okay? Because I'm gonna take a nap here.
You're gonna take a nap?
No, I'll be here.
That was funny.
Whoa. All right, we're gonna make it nice and zippy.
Great.
Is everybody back? Vincent, do you think you could just call roll quickly?
Sure, I will do that. Robin Broshi,
I am here.
okay. Eric Goldberg,
Here.
Emily Hellstrom is
I
here. I'm here. Er- Edward is here, I see. Maud Marin,
Here.
okay. Ben Morden,
Here.
Ushma Neal,
Present.
Len Silverman,
Here.
Gino Tanakawa,
Here.
and Tom Rockledge.
Second. Yes.
Okay, so we have 11 for the working business meeting. Did you call the meeting to order?
I'm gonna call it right now. Let's call this meeting to order. And I'm gonna proactively say that Vincent's roll call is gonna hopefully stand. Will someone second that for me?
Second.
Okay.
Awesome. Okay, reallocation of CEC funds. Ben, I don't know if you are prepared at this time to give a little brief summary of what we have in the way of funds. I probably should have reached out to you.
No, I didn't prepare for that.
Okay, great. So
I've had a rough week. But no one has emailed me to make any changes in terms of the
allocation.
the allocations, yes. So,
Okay,
but
so
that's due for next month.
I was just gonna say, so Shino, I don't know if there are things that we need to do to make sure.
Yeah, I can give you a brief update. And first and foremost, Ben, I'm so sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
It's not an easy time. So we CEC leaders and ECC members have been in touch with the DOE trying to figure out how we can use CEC budget to meet the needs of students that we want to support in each council. We don't want to do what we did last time, which is just books centrally distributed. So we're still in negotiation with the DOE. We are actually exploring potentially reallocating our funds to the superintendent's office and spend the money through his office. I don't know if the way superintendents can spend money is more flexible. That's another thing we're trying to find out. If the superintendents can buy supplies for students, for instance, which we cannot do as the CEC, but if the superintendents can, that might be one way we might be able to create a pathway for spending our funds for students. So we're still in discussion and trying to sort this out, but we need to actually get this sorted out before our next meeting, because we'll have to do budget modification at the next meeting, which will lock us into the categories for the rest of the year. So I'll keep everybody up to date. I think ECC Finance Working Group sent a survey to each of you asking how you
Sheena?
envision. Yes.
Can I interrupt just for one thing?
Yep.
If we're going to do any reallocation, I would appreciate if we can have a DOE attorney from legal there explain whether what we're doing is valid or not. I've had now for the second time dealing with school investigators with regards to our CEC, and I just want to make sure everything that we do is proper before going forward.
Yes, we can certainly invite somebody from Central, whether the finance officer or the SGO, the school grants officer. We'll make sure that somebody from official DOE representative will be here.
Ben,
Thank you.
Are you able to share with us the nature of your interaction with these investigators, or did they tell you not to talk about it?
They did not tell me not to, and I choose not to. But it
okay. I'm just wondering,
Well, actually, one said not to, and the other one said did not say anything to that effect. So.
Okay. but they have,
This is regarding our budget? I'm sorry. Or,
One, regarding finances,
oh, okay,
and that's all I'm going to speak to.
Okay.
fair enough. It's
So I know that there also reallocation of CEC funds. It sounds like Shino, you're going to maybe get some more clarification on, and obviously none of this would be decided without an actual council vote and all of that other, good stuff that we do, but just to find out some of the buckets and categories that we could possibly do this. And Ben, you want to be sure that, that we could have somebody from Central who can speak.
Yes.
That sounds great.
Thank you.
Okay, so for new business, I have one piece of new business just based on some of the emails that went around earlier this week based on Zoom bombing and also, of course, what happened this evening. Zoom bombing is really obviously horrific. And I think we definitely want to try to take some proactive steps to stop it. Obviously, we put some things in place, some things, are inevitable, but I think that one of the things that Ben, you were suggesting even in the prior meeting was to maybe have some parameters, both around the Zoom, but also around social media, posting of videos on YouTube. I at 10:48 do not want to discuss it further here, but I'm wondering if there's a possibility of a few people who want to get together, hammer out some brief guidelines. I don't think this should take a ton of money. I mean, ton of time. It won't take any money. But I do think that we should try to come up with some guidelines that they're not going to be our bylaws. So they're not going to be, nobody's going to be held to them like in any type of like sense, but that there are just some guidelines that we can at least operate by, so that when somebody's working off the fly, they can just be like, oh, okay, this falls into this category, this falls into that. So I'm just going to propose that out there. And I just wonder if anybody would feel like they might want to take a stab at writing some guidelines or meeting with somebody else and writing some.
Well, I certainly would like to participate in a meeting.
Great.
And see what transpires out of that before.
And I can ask around to see if there are any other councils that already have a communications policy guidance. So I will do that.
That would be wonderful.
Who's gonna do the work of editing this stuff? I mean, it's a lot of work for Yvette.
Well, that's why I think if it's always easier to start with something that already exists. So that would be great to find out if somebody has. We don't have to use any of them, but you can just at least even edit from them. If that's something. And is there anybody else who feels like they might want to work on this with Ben? Vincent, yay. All right. Yay. Thanks, Vincent.
Well, Ben has some concerns about when you start and when you finish, and who decides and do we vote? Can you just explain your concerns, Ben, about that? I saw your emails about, when do you start the editing process and when do you finish and what do you edit out? I mean, are you proposing that we vote?
Those are questions, because when something's edited, it should be logged. There should be a raw video should be kept. So you can always look back to it. It should be on the shared drive. Maybe two people should, there should be, if there's going to be an edit, like this is a meeting, this is a calendar meeting, a business meeting. It really shouldn't be edited out, anything, but we had a Zoom bombing. Right. So, but you don't have to edit what was spoken. You can just edit, you can just block the video, and then you also need to get editing software, proper editing software for this. And maybe this should be the AA's, we get her some software. I don't know. I was putting out questions here because this is, I was putting out questions because once we go this way, it's a slippery slope. And we don't want revisionist history.
Robin.
Just 2 points. From a technical standpoint, it's not that hard. And I do think it's within Yvette's skill set, and you don't even need to buy anything very special to just, take off 2 pieces and then maybe have it part 1, part 2, part 3 with a note that, is edited because of offensive language. I'm not sure that we're obligated even, and maybe Jennifer has thoughts, but, in the past, our meetings weren't even recorded. They just happened and then disappeared into the ether, and the only record of them were the minutes. And in fact, I think it's in I don't remember if it's in Chancellor's regs or in bylaws, that it says that an audio recording, which we did used to do for minutes taking purposes, was expected to be destroyed within a certain time period. So I definitely think it's sort of a bigger question of, what are our expectations for what we share, given that
there is
it's
another
all
issue here
happening
too.
during COVID. Excuse me?
Robin, there's another issue here too. If we post anything like the Zuma bombing that's racist or pornographic, they should not be. That's a violation of YouTube channel policy too. So it's not just what we should be putting out as a council, which we should be holding to a much higher level, but also YouTube. We have a potential violation. Someone could be trying to they can ask to have our videos removed entirely. So we have to discuss this and take this seriously, I believe, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's disagreeing. I'm just outlining that I think the technology for taking it out is easy. I think that we can put a note that it's been edited to remove an offensive incident. And, frankly, I'm not that worried about council members secretly piecing together deep cuts and posting misleading versions of meetings, or of the AA doing that if she's being trained.
In any case, I think, why don't we just leave it at Vincent and Ben? Why don't you try to set out some sort of broad guidelines if you want to wait a day or two that Shino can get something from a different council, or if you want to just take a stab and then look at it against what she may or may not find, that's great. And then, we could maybe look at that at our next working business meeting and try to see if we can come to some type of broad, and they would be guidelines, not bylaws. We would not be beholden to them, but like Ushma, out of the kindness of her heart, is doing things like tweeting, which is awesome. But listen, when you're tweeting and trying to, somebody says something that is, hurtful and upsetting to somebody else, obviously you want to make good on that. And so, anyway, guidelines are helpful for everyone to just be able to operate within. So.
Well, we have 4 meetings left, so by the time they pass, it'll last for 1 meeting, right?
But it's just, what? It's just a something that to be helpful to the next council, and they don't have things that they can be buried in a drawer somewhere, but at least they have them.
Yeah.
Tom,
No.
I realize you're being facetious there, but
yeah,
but really, I mean, can't we do better as a council? And,
no, I agree.
And as parents, don't we have a responsibility to represent each other in a dignified way? And
certainly,
I'm not really sure at this point what you're getting at, Ben. I think it's pretty clear. If there's a Zoom bomber, I think we're all pretty clear we should cut out if they're saying offensive language. And after that, we could work it out. But I don't think there's much more to it. When we've got Zoom bombers in meeting, let's cut them out. I think we could all raise our hands to agree that we should do that. And then we could deal with whatever's left afterwards. But I think that's pretty simple.
And then why don't you join us to put this together?
Yeah, that's all right. Not too interested.
Okay.
In any case, I think it's great.
If you do something once.
Thank you very much, Vincent.
Oh, now that was very nice. It's snide comment again. You always have to get me at least one meeting.
All right, guys.
Enjoy.
I did think that Robin had an important insight in there, so it's worth somebody looking back at the Chancellor's regs to figure out just how strict we need to be here on, as Ben was saying, whether we need to keep a version of the original or we need to make a note of it, how long we need to keep it, any of that, so that we don't have to be monks about this. We can just be sensible and make sure that we're meeting the regulations.
Okay, we'll include that in our work towards the guidelines.
And thank you both for doing it. It's important.
Really appreciate it. Okay, so anybody else have any further business? Oh, hearing silence. I'm going to make a motion to close the meeting.
Second.
Sweet.
Okay.
Elka Samuels is wanting to be admitted. God bless you, Elka. But we called this meeting. It is over at 10:57. Thank you so much to the public for lasting, for bringing all of your passion for kids and for schools. And yeah, we'll see you at the next meeting.
Good night. Good night, everyone. Bye-bye.